Thank you so much. You may now take your seats. I once again welcome you on our second joint industry and civil society organization conference, where we come together to exchange notes on what's happening on both sides and how we want to move together in harmony in order to develop not just the industry, but our sector and the country at large. So as we start our program, I would like us to make some recognition of the key people amidst us. I would like to start by recognizing our permanent secretary for the sector, Engineer Irene Batebe. Please give her a hand clap as she also has. She's also representing the minister who is not going to be able to be here with us today. I would also like to recognize Dr. Joseph Kobsheshe, the Director, Health, Safety and Environment at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I also recognize Mr. Ali Sekatawa, the Director, Legal and Corporate Affairs at Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We recognize Mr. Philip Grex, the General Manager, Total Energies, EP Uganda and Country Chair. We also recognize the Deputy MD, the East African Pipeline, HICO, Mr. John Bosco Kobsheshe. John Bosco Habomgisha, my apologies, my sincere apologies. I would also like to take the opportunity to recognize the chairperson of the Civil Society Coalition in Oil and Gas, Mr. Bashir Tresje. You're most welcome, sir. We also recognize the various representatives from government, members of the civil society organization and NGOs, members of the National Youth Council, our media fraternity, and all of you ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for joining us. So as we start, we would like to start with the opening prayer, and I would like to invite Mr. Vincent from Cisco to please lead us in prayer. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's humble ourselves for a prayer. God, we thank you for this morning, for allowing us to be here, and we kindly ask you to guide and be there for those who are still on the way. We pray that whatever happens here, be there to glorify your name, guide the conversations, the discussions, and everything we plan to be and do. We pray all this in your great and mighty name. Amen.
Can I hear an amen, a stronger one? Amen. We are happy to be here. We are happy to be alive. And we are happy to congregate together. So we should always be thankful for that. I would like to now invite Julius from the hotel to share with us a security moment. It's very important that we feel safe, that we get to know our way around the premises. And most importantly, if anything happens, what do we do?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. By names of Julius C. Mugabe, Private Security Officer, Mr. Hotel and Residence. So I'm here for security briefing because it's always our culture to share this information with our guests. Hotel security, Pinnacle Security Company, and Tourism Police. Hotel is under CCTV 24/7, which are being monitored by CCTV operators. Our access points are being managed 24/7 by armed tourism police who are there to respond to any attempt armed attack. Please take charge of your personal properties and know your neighbor in the meeting room because there is no cameras inside the conference room. So in case of fire, alarms will sound. Leave the building immediately. Don't use elevator. Trust all alarms as it's real. Please proceed to the assembling point. So you can use garden, just this side, or the parking. Don't re-enter the building until authorization is given. Please report all injuries and criminal attacks and all property are lost. We have got trained first aiders who are there present 24 hours. We have doctor on call. Ambulance is available to transport the victim or victims to the nearest medical facility. So for the washroom, the same door, then on your right-hand side. Keep your room number secret, double lock the door and don't share a key. The safety and security of guests and staff is the first and foremost consideration in operations. If there is no question, can wish you a good day.
Thank you, Julius. We now invite Mr. Polycarp Musinguzi.
Of Environment, Health and Safety. And my responsibility this morning is to present a safety moment, and the focus of today's safety moment is on what we term as text-neck syndrome. Let me begin with a question. How many of us have smartphones? Everyone in the room? How many of us have laptops or other forms of digital communication devices to observe the behavior and practices of most people? And I could see that most of us had our necks, mobile phones, laptops. We should begin to take serious note of this problem. However, we know from observation that this is a problem that most of us face on a day-to-day basis, also because of our lifestyle. In terms of the presenting symptoms, if we are to determine who has the problem, one, neck, shoulder, as well as upper back pain, and sometimes also pain in the eyes. The problem also presents with intermittent or constant headaches, decreased range of motion, muscle stiffness, as well as pain. You can see from the picture on the other side, actually the two pictures, the one above shows what we commonly experience on a day-to-day basis. Quite often you move into a taxi, a bus, or even normally when people are standing on the streets, and that's the phenomenon that you always see. Everyone on their phone, texting a friend or whatever they are doing. The picture below shows that for every 1 centimeter that your head is held forward, it gains an additional 2 kilograms of weight. So at the extreme, that would be right, where the head is straight, the head gains about 5 kilograms of weight. Somewhere in the middle, we have 18 kilograms, and to the extreme left, when the head is bent forward, it attracts 27 kilograms of weight. As you can imagine, that puts a lot of strain on the muscles, shoulders, back and neck, and therefore leading to the problem that we see. Next, please. In terms of prevention, it's critical to avoid long hours of phone usage. And as I said, it's not just the phone. It's also a tablet, it's also a PC, it's also a personal digital assistant, and many other electronic devices that we use on a day-to-day basis. It's also important to position the device that you're using and maintain your spine and upper extremities in a neutral position. It's also recommended to avoid prolonged static postures, and as very important to take frequent breaks every so often, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and probably an hour. Take a break, relax, and ease the pain on those body parts. Avoid high repetitions of movement. Avoid holding large or heavy devices or weights for a long time. And from a medical perspective, the recommendation is that if the problem is there, take some pain medication, muscle relaxants, manual manipulation, physical exercises, as well as electromagnetic therapy. And as we are always told, when the problem persists, then seek medical advice. Key to note is that to effectively manage text neck syndrome over time, it's very, very important to prioritize prevention through proper posture as opposed to seeking treatment. Again, the picture on the extreme right summarizes prevention measures, including compliance with correct posture, regular physical exercise. A balanced diet is equally important. Switching to audio formats of booklets. These days, most of the published books are also available in an audio format. Take minerals, organizing the workplace to ensure that staff and people have the proper equipment, reducing the use of gadgets, and of course, finally, when the symptoms persist, to seek medical attention from a doctor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's our safety moment for the day. I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msinguzi, for that very applicable safety moment. And one of the things that stood out that I can relate to is a stiff neck. I don't know how many of us relate. You're not sure? Let's check it out. Okay, I'm going to invite you, as part of the safety moment, to turn on your left and your right to say hello to your neighbor. And then, to check it further, I want you to, without turning your shoulders, stretch your neck far back to look and see who is behind you and say hello to them. Don't turn your shoulders. GM, you're turning your shoulders. You're shaking hands. You're not following instructions. And then you can just turn it around like this. Turn your necks, please. Work with me. How do you feel? Any stiffness? Thank God, no stiffness. That means that we are using our phone moderately, but still, let's take caution and let's not have stiff necks, because it's a great opportunity we are having here today, an opportunity to network. So I wouldn't want you looking only in one direction. Thank you. So to get back into our main program, I would like to gather us back to the objective of why we are meeting here today. We are meeting here today on this occasion of the second Joint Industry and Civil Society Organization Conference, and it's the second one after the pre-conference first session we had. And the objective of this second session is to enable dialogue on key issues in the industry as we seek to forge a way forward in the development of our resources as Uganda. Specifically for today, the theme is building consensus on the energy transition plan for Uganda. And there's a saying that goes that if you want to go quickly, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. There would be no use for us to run alone as industrial players, only to be given a stop ahead and told to go back at a certain point. So we thought it was quite important to seek this joint dialogue where we sit together to discuss what the developments are, and then possibly the areas of improvement and how we can join hands to go at it. To give us a more comprehensive background to this, I'm going to invite Mr. Didas Muhumuza from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to share more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Anita, for the icebreaker. I would like to welcome all of us to this important engagement. There's a lot of light. Also to thank all of us for making time. But before I delve into the gist of the matter that I've been invited to talk about, I would like to add on the protocol and recognitions. With us, we also have the Chief Executive of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, Mr. Humphrey Asimwe, stand up for recognition. We also have the head of the Police Counterterrorism Unit, Senior Commander of Police, Mr. Waswa David. We also have a secretary of the NGOs Bureau in Uganda. This is the regulator of the work of civil society organizations in the country, Ms. Martha Oundo. We also have the head of the EITI in Uganda, SUGAIT, that's the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative in Uganda, Madam Mugambe Gloria, and others will be recognized as we move on. I'm called Muhumuza Didas. I work as the Senior Officer for Stakeholder Engagement at the Petroleum Authority. Like my colleague, I'll be working with Anita today. As she has highlighted, this is the second conference, having had the first as a pre-conference to the EAPCE held in 2023. That's last year in May at the Serena Hotel. And we had very productive dialogue, but so to say, that was not the first time we're having vital engagement between civil society and industry players. But from that time, we decided to start having annual dialogues as a way of ensuring that we have continuous and targeted dialogue going forward. At that meeting, of course, still we had a lot of things to discuss, but it was so much focused on environment, social and governance aspects in the extractive sector. Extractives, we do look at oil, gas, and mining. And we had a lot of issues discussed at that point. What was very important and outstanding was it was equally highly attended with delegates from East Africa. So it was really regionalized, but also with a lot of focus on the Ugandan situation in the extractive sector, and basically oil and gas taking greater share of that. We've continuously had vital discussions between the sector players and civil society organizations, but key things that we agreed at that meeting, the first one was to foster more leveled and trustful dialogue, and this is the reason we're here. We said we shall really continuously talk. There are so many things that come up that could have slight areas of not disagreement, but having different perspectives, but that is also healthy. And in that regard, we said we shall have great management of many issues in a respectful way going forward. The other issue, and at least the dialogue we have today, is one of those things that leads to the dialogue we have today, the issue of having the continuous dialogue and having more trust and respectful engagement. We also agreed to undertake targeted and continuous engagements and information dissemination, and in this, we've had a lot. There's been targeted field visits for civil society to go and do third-party or independent monitoring of what is happening in the field and even make reports, but also provide avenues for quick feedback going forward to ensure that we generate lessons and appreciate each other in that regard, and also build on new aspects, bodies of knowledge. You've heard specifically targeted efforts on business and human rights. It's a new kid on the block, I would say. It's something that may not come straight, unlike technical aspects. Yeah, we get things that just come through unplanned, and then we find ourselves dealing with them. The other was to ensure that the civil society fraternity does some self-regulation and management. This is quite interesting that we get to appreciate that there's also need to work towards ensuring better coordination and engagement by the civil society colleagues. And the last one was to undertake targeted capacity building in oil and gas, as well as aspects spearheaded by civil society. So in this regard, we have had great mileage to date, and the reason we are here is to build on that good working relationship, and in that regard, we recognize the presence of the civil society leaders. Mr. Onesimus Mujenyi, Deputy Executive Director of Accord, is with us, and has been so central in organizing this. Mr. Bashir Twesigye, Chairperson of the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas. We also have Ms. Winnie Ngabirwe, Executive Director of Global Rights Alert, has been at the forefront, and many others, including those from the region, from the Albertine region. There's a coalition called, as termed as the Bapeneco, the Albertine region, and many more as we shall be going. So I thank you. I thank all of us for having made time here, but also being able to come and we share as we keep improving going fast. Thank you so much. Maybe one thing would like to also give is today's theme, as has been put forth, is we've got a lot of development happening in the oil and gas subsector, but also we also have an obligation to achieve net zero targets. I'll just simplify it as that. And the reason we have an energy transition plan for Uganda. Now, we're going to specifically discuss these issues to enable us gain productive dialogue and win-win outcomes as we support each other to achieve beneficial outcomes going forward. I also would like to say that that will help us to also work together to make a contribution to the achievement of this plan. Thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Mhumza, for providing a larger context to our gathering here today. Another hand clap. Let's warm up. At this moment, I take the honor to invite Mr. Bashir Twesigye from the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas to come and share with us some remarks. A hand clap as he comes on stage, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good morning to you all. My name is Bashir Twesigye, and I chair the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas. I would like to observe all protocol and to welcome you all to this second symposium. I want to take this opportunity to especially welcome my colleagues from civil society who have graced this occasion. We have organizations from the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas, but also civil society generally. And I know that you're coming from all walks, including participants from the Bunyoro region, Hoima, Bulisa, and Chikube. I want to thank you for taking the time and making the journey to this important occasion. I want to thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for taking lead in this initiative. I know it's a broader initiative that involves the Ministry of Energy, Total Energies, SINUC, UNOC, ECOP, and many others. I want to thank you for initiating this. This is the second annual symposium. We had our first last year, and these are really very useful engagements. From our side as civil society, we think that there has really been a great transformation in terms of engagement and partnership. Madam PS, we have really moved a long way from 2008 when oil was first discovered. We did not have such kinds of engagements with the authorities and the leaders of the different segments of the industry. We are happy to report that today we have quarterly engagements with ECOP. We have engagements, regular engagements with Total. There's the Let's Talk program. We've had engagements with the Ministry of Energy itself. UNOC has approached us to have engagements. We have had commitments from CNOOC to engage with us as often as they used to, and we think that this is really very good. At least when we have these forums, we can exchange ideas, we can agree, and also when we choose to disagree, it's from an informed point of view. So I want to thank you very much for putting in place these engagements. I want to thank Pau for this topic, for the engagement today, energy transition. This is one area where that is much touted, but there has really been very limited engagement from civil society. We know that when Total launched the final investment decision, we were there to witness the ceremony at Kololo. One of the things that was done in that occasion was to sign an MOU, and we have been trying to get as much information about the progress on the energy transition, but also we know that the government launched the energy transition plan at Dubai last year, and as civil society, it's an area that we have been looking forward to engaging with the authorities in terms of understanding the progress, getting critical information on any documents that have been signed, any frameworks that are in place, and we believe that this meeting today will really provide the information that we need to engage with. As you can see, we have, I think we have a fair attendance, but we would even have a better attendance for these engagements. But the challenge has been that some of our members from civil society come from far, come from the region, and we find it difficult really to meet the budget for them to appear and attend this meeting. So that is a challenge, and I think we need to acknowledge it, that if we did not have this challenge of facilitation from our members, probably the attendance would have been even bigger and better. So on that note, I want to thank our colleagues from civil society that have contributed to this meeting, that have supported some of our colleagues from Bunyoro region to come and attend this meeting. Particularly, I want to thank International Alert. I want to thank International Alert for putting in some money to ensure that some of our colleagues who are really critical in this discussion are able to attend and join us in this very important meeting. As we move forward with this discussion on energy transition, we want to request our leaders, our authorities, that one of the challenges that we have is really access to information, timely information on some of the frameworks that are in place. And we hope that as we continue these conversations, we'll be able to get the information that, that we need to engage with. As we know, energy transition must be it must be a just transition. It must be inclusive and equitable, and there must be effective participation of all stakeholders. So we request that you avail us the information, and the good thing is that now civil society, we are more organized than we were before. So if you share information through our leaders, the host institution of Cisco, this information will be able to trickle down to each and every civil society. The last thing that I want to say is that we have, as civil society organizations that are working on oil and gas, I think we have our domicile, or we have our home in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and we are pleased to have the permanent secretary in this gathering. I know that as organizations, when you go to renew your permit or anything that you need, we need to be in touch with the ministry, and the ministry really needs to give us the comfort and also the audience, so that we are able to renew our practicing permits, but also for anything that we need as an organization. Madam PS, we want to request you that I know there may be organizations that have approached your ministry for an MOU for purposes of renewing our permits. We think that this would really be important in fostering our relationship with the ministry, but also giving us comfort in our home, which is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. With those remarks, I don't want to take it beyond here. I want to thank you once again for making it to this occasion, and I look forward to very fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bashir Twesije. Another hand clap for Mr. Twesije. And that for us as industry players is a hand clap of gratitude. We are cognizant of the fact that we are operating in a very sensitive area. We are aware of what is at stake. It's not just the environment, it's the people. It is a sector that is of concern to everyone. And we are committed to enabling the development of the resources to take place in a sustainable manner. And that's why we are here today. We come with open minds, we come with open hearts, and we are listening. We are so grateful to the civil society organizations and the NGOs present here with us today. And we are going to be listening to make sure that we are able to dialogue and work together. At this juncture, I would like to take the opportunity to invite our next speaker to share remarks. But before that, I will also take this opportunity to recognize our Meaning Total Energies, our Director for Social Performance, Joy Mubale. Please say hello. Thank you for joining us. I take the opportunity to invite Mr. Philip Grex, who will give remarks on behalf of the oil and gas operators. You're welcome.
Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, dear representative from Petroleum Authority of Uganda, from various government institutions, colleagues from joint venture partners and ECOP, members of the civil society and NGOs present today, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's for me, again, a great pleasure to be here with you today, as this permanent engagement with civil society is for utmost importance. And it, of course, is not only through a once-a-year symposium, but all the regular, I would say, exchanges are fundamental for our activity. Fundamental for two reasons. Fundamental to make sure what we are doing is well understood by the civil society, and fundamental for us to get the feedback on how our actions are perceived and how, we could do better, what is missing in what we are doing in our approach. And the listening to this civil society is for us strategic in order to achieve our ambition, to be able to share prosperity and share value of the projects that we are conducted here in the country. That's why I took the time, despite a busy agenda, to be with all of you today and to be able to exchange with you. Just to go back to the theme of today's discussion about Uganda energy transition, I would like to share my very humble point of view to introduce the topic. First, what does it mean to me, how it resonates to me when we talk about energy transition in Uganda? Of course, we need to start by the fact that the energy consumption is being mainly from biomass, 80% biomass. When you talk about transition, you should think about transitioning from biomass to something else. And why it's important? Because biomass is a pressure on the environment, and when you connect that with the expected population growth of Uganda in the year to come, this pressure on environment, if there is no change, could become unbearable. The second aspect of the transition is to give access to energy to more people, to consume more energy, because more energy means industrialization, means development. So the topic is also about giving access to more energy and growing the energy consumption as a whole. To go back to the first topic is about biomass. So if we all agree that we need to migrate from biomass to something else, then the question is we should transition to where? And if you look at the solution, biomass is used mainly for cooking. So if you want to transition biomass used for cooking, you transition to what? You transition to LPG, gas cooking, or you transition to electricity. And in both aspects, we think that we could play a role to, of course, to support the ministry effort on this transition. First, on LPG cooking. A few weeks ago, maybe 1 month ago, in Paris, at the Clean Cooking Conference in Paris, organized by the International Energy Agency, where Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa was present, the CEO of Total Energy disclosed the objective of the company to provide access to LPG to 100 million people in Africa and India by 2030. For that, the company will invest more than $400 million. And to make sure this LPG will be affordable to as many people as possible, we are going to develop digital solution to make sure people pay as they cook. They don't have to put any initial investment to buy the bottle or to buy a volume of gas, but they will get for free, and at the end of every period, they will pay what they have consumed, that they will have consumed. So the technology is there, is available to do that, and we are going to really spread this LPG digital solution, in Africa and India in the years to come, to support this ambition of reaching 100 million people by 2030. If we connect that to, of course, our project here in Uganda, Tilenga and Kingfisher, we are going to extract LPG from the gas, and we are going to have volume of LPG available at the startup in order also to support this ambition to give access to LPG, clean cooking, to as many people as possible. This is coming soon. It's coming as soon as the production will start. Of course, it will require some investment in infrastructure, in a new gas bottling plant, new LPG storage strategically positioned in the country. But all this is planned and will happen. In access to energy, when I'm talking about the importance to grow the energy consumption, of course, the idea is to grow energy consumption, but to grow green energy consumption. And once again, we are talking about mainly electricity. The second aspect of transitioning is about more electricity, more green electricity. So far, Uganda is one of the best countries in terms of energy mix. Uganda has one of the greenest electricity in the world. So, which means that after is a matter, of course, of connecting people, developing the grid, connecting, and continuous development of further production capacity. As Total Energy, we are currently operator of Soroti solar plant, 10 megawatt, the first solar plant connected to the grid in Uganda, in Soroti. So we are 100% owner and operator of this solar plant. And we are currently studying to double the capacity of the plant and to install a large battery storage system in order to tackle the complaint of the people related to intermittency. We have, as it has been said, signed an MOU with the Ministry of Energy, and we are currently studying to install a solar PV plant close to some industrial park in the country. I do hope that I will be able to come back to Ministry of Energy before end of the year with some really firm project to implement. We are also continue to develop, of course, solar for our own use. And those who have been to Tilenga, if you come back to Tilenga in 2 years' time, you will see solar panel everywhere. As part of Tilenga project, we are going to install a 15 megawatt solar PV plant that will contribute to provide the electricity which is needed for the commissioning instead of diesel consumption during the commissioning phase of the project, and as well during the operational phase of the project. On the downstream side, energy transition is also, of course, talking about mobility, electric mobility, and we have a role to play with more than 200 service stations across the country. We have started to solarize our solar station, which means that the energy used in a total energy station that you see across the country now are mainly coming from the sun, and you can see that all the roof of the station have been covered with solar panel. We have achieved for now 115. So we are remaining 85 to do. It will be done before the end of the year. We have started to provide battery swapping and battery charging for motorcycle in our station. And if we see the market for electric vehicle developing, we'll install gradually, equip with charging point, EV charging all our station. So we are here. We intend to be, I would say, a key player to support ministry ambition on this energy transition, on this LPG development, on this electricity access, and on this electric mobility. We have access to energy. Is about, in the most remote area, is more about solar home system, and we have distributed more than 8,000 solar home system through primary schools in the region where we operate, and we'll continue to have some program related to solar home system in a remote area. So just to conclude, I mean, as a multi-energy company, we are here present in the, sorry, I forgot to say that we are also, because developing further green capacity of electricity is about hydro. We are looking as well and ready to embark into any good opportunity to support hydro project in Uganda. To conclude, we are here in this country as a multi-energy company, not only to develop oil and gas, or mainly oil, because Tilenga project is mainly an oil project, but to make sure, I mean, Uganda can benefit from our presence here, for us to support the ambition related to further development of energy, access to energy, and access to green energy, and transition from biomass to LPG and electricity. So be sure we'll continue. We work hand in hand with the ministry. We want to work hand in hand with civil society. Any good ideas, any proposal. We need to be creative. We need to be all together aligned to make it happen. And we intend to be a reliable player on this objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philip Grex, the General Manager of Total Energies, EP Uganda, and also Country Chair for Total Energies in Uganda, an affiliate which is part of Total Energies, company that is situated in France, with affiliates in over 130 countries, and with over 13,000 staff whose mission every day is to wake up and be able to create an energy that is clean, affordable, and accessible to all. For our next session, I would like to invite my co-MC to help me out here, Mr. Didas Muhomuza, wherever you are. Now is your moment. As for me, as I take a short break, I would like to thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. We are glad that you're here with us. You could have chosen to be anywhere else, but you are here, and we don't take that for granted. I now hand over to my co-MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anita, for taking us through those critical aspects, the sessions. Before I get on to the next, I would like to recognize the presence of the Executive Director of Civil Society Coalition on Budget Advocacy, the CISBAC. Mr. Julius Mukunda is with us. And also for NPA, we have got Jonan Kandwa now with us. He'll be sharing, he'll tell you what he does and what he is. He'll be sharing with us on some aspects. Straight away, I would like to invite the Director for Environment, Health and Safety at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, who is standing in for the Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. You're most welcome, Joseph Kobishasha.
Thank you, Didas, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the General Manager, Total Energies, the Deputy MD, ECOP Limited, the Chairman, Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas, other leaders and representatives from the civil society organizations, those that have already been recognized, and all the others present, other leaders from the oil and gas industry, my colleagues from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Could you wave where you are? I saw quite a number of us here. Yes. Other colleagues from the various ministries, departments, and agencies of government. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and specifically from the Executive Director, Mr. Ernest Lubondo. And I'm delighted on behalf of the authority, but also on my own behalf, to welcome all of you distinguished guests and participants to this second national conference between government, industry, civil society organizations, and non-government organizations working on oil and gas aspects. One critical component of the regulatory work of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is to continuously engage with stakeholders and create awareness and receive feedback on how the oil and gas sector is impacting other sectors of the country's economy, but also importantly, on impacting the lives of the people of Uganda. The holding of this conference is in line with this aspiration and will significantly enhance the appreciation of the measures which have and continue to be put in place to ensure sustainable development of the country's oil and gas resources, but also to create a platform for continuous engagement and inclusiveness in Uganda's oil and gas sector. So I take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference, who, as you heard before, have included key players in the industry and also the civil society organizations that we have worked with closely in creating this platform where we can, among others, support the authorities' core role of stakeholder engagement. We have in the past held a number of engagements, but the first conference of this kind, jointly organized with civil society organizations, as was indicated earlier, was held about a year ago on the 8th of May 2023 as a pre-conference for the 10th East African Petroleum Conference and exhibition which took place in May last year. The theme for that conference was sustainable development of the East African region's oil and gas resources, focusing on balancing environment, social, and governance aspects. And I recall it was as well attended as this one. I think even more, we had an attendance of more than 600 participants drawn across various MDAs and non-government organizations, but also the civil society. The conference discussed how the different actors can work together to enhance sustainable development of Uganda's oil and gas resources. And the key recommendations that were highlighted during the conference were: one, the need to foster a more leveled and trustful engagement process between the actors with a view to enable respectful engagement overall. Second, the civil society fraternity should endeavor to have self-regulation and management to enable better coordination and undertaking of beneficial advocacy in the oil and gas sector, to undertake capacity development in the oil and gas sector, as well as other aspects spearheaded by civil society for the benefit of all stakeholders involved in the development of energy, oil and gas aspects, and to undertake targeted and continuous engagements and information dissemination for the civil society fraternity to ensure timely and appropriate updates on the developments in the sector. I think a year on, this would be a good stage to take stock of the extent to which these recommendations have been implemented. What can we improve? What can we do more? And so forth. But I was glad to hear from the chairman of the civil society organization how this collaboration and working together has been strengthened over the years. The theme for today's conference, which is building consensus on Uganda's energy transition plan, is very much aligned to the current reality in Uganda's oil and gas sector. You will recall that the first conference that was held, this was held at a time when there was a lot of uncertainty about the future of oil and gas activities, with some players calling for a complete phase-out of the oil and gas sector. However, the reality has now become clearer, and the future of oil and gas, as you know, was confirmed at the last United Nations Climate Change Conference of Parties that was held in Dubai towards the end of last year, which recognized that rather than a complete phase-out of the fossil fuels industry, there is rather a need for an orderly and just transition instead of the outright phase-out of fossil fuels, as had been earlier advocated for. During the same conference, Uganda launched its energy transition plan, and details of this energy transition plan will be elaborated in today's engagement. But one important thing that this energy transition plan recognizes is the role of oil and gas industry, both medium and long term, in Uganda's energy mix and in contributing to the energy transition. This therefore calls on all of us to work together towards the sustainable development of these oil and gas resources. This is like the license for oil and gas activities to continue to be taken in Uganda, but also generally in the African region and beyond. As you're all aware, Uganda's oil and gas sector has continued to progress significantly right from the announcement of the first investment decision for the 3 flagship projects in Uganda in 2022. This progress includes a drilling campaign which has now resulted in the drilling of 54 wells, 47 in the Tilenga project and 7 in Kingfisher, since His Excellency the President launched the drilling campaign in January 2023, just about 1 and a half years ago. Early works for the East African crude oil pipeline are also progressing with the campsite, the pump stations, both in Uganda and Tanzania, and the land acquisition for the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects has been completed, while that for the EACOP is nearing completion at about 95% overall. But also on the global scene, the International Energy Agency reports that global upstream oil and gas investments, that is investments that look for and contribute towards the producing of oil and gas resources. These are projected to increase by about 7% globally, from about 528 billion in 2023 to about 570 billion in 2024. So it is not only in Uganda that these oil and gas activities are happening. The reality is that these activities are taking place everywhere across the globe. These investments are projected to grow by about 22 billion annually over the next 5 years. As an example, Equinor, a Norwegian oil company, is investing US 6 billion annually in oil and gas exploration and development activities in Norway, which are aimed at maintaining steady levels of production until 2035. The oil and gas industry also anticipates a resurgence in high-impact drilling, particularly in Africa and Latin America, following a low level of activity in 2023. Therefore, my expectation today is that we build a consensus that any discussions relating to stopping oil and gas activities or projects here in Uganda is counterproductive and is not really going to help the country. Here in Uganda, because this is here in Uganda, oil and gas is part of the climate solution, is part of the ending of the energy poverty problem. It is part of the solution and not part of the problem. We therefore need to encourage dialogue. We need to engage in dialogue geared towards improving the sustainable development of the country's oil and gas projects. The 2008 oil and gas policy for Uganda under Section 7.3 recognizes the role of civil society organizations in the country's oil and gas sector. And indeed, we have seen a growth in the participation and in the numbers of civil society organizations, specifically in the Albertine Graben, from virtually zero when the initial exploration activities were being undertaken in the early 2000s to now over 78 in the Albertine region alone. In Hoima, I think our records indicate about 63, Bulisa 10, and Chukube 5. These are registered and operating in the Albertine Graben. We recognize the important role that these CSOs play in monitoring government policies and actions, advocating for human rights, and holding government accountable through their advocacy work. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda has over the years and continues to enjoy a good working relationship with most of the civil society organizations, and this working relationship has included participation in various events organized by the CSOs, but also the CSOs participating in the events that are organized by the authority. And the authority looks forward to fostering this good working relationship and reiterates its willingness and availability to engage with the civil society organizations as and when need arises, since our doors are always open to everyone. Let me once again conclude by thanking all those that have contributed to the successful organization of this conference, led by the industry players together with the civil society, Coalition on Oil and Gas, but also the other civil society organizations that have been mentioned, and all of you who are making this conference a success by your attendance. I once again welcome you to this event and wish everyone an exciting, enjoyable, and above all, a rewarding conference. Thank you for listening to me, for God and my country. Okay, I've been given an additional privilege of inviting the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, to come and deliver her remarks. You're most welcome, Madam PS.
The representative of the Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Dr. Joseph Kobsheshe, the General Manager, Total Energies, Mr. Philip Grohe, the Deputy General Manager or Managing Director for the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline, Mr. John Bosco Habomjisha, the Chairperson Cisco, Mr. Bashir Twesije, the Deputy Executive Director for Accord, Mr. Onesmus Mujenyi, all the representatives of the different MDAs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, this morning I came ready to deliver my specific presentation, but while seated there I was informed my minister, who was on her way here, had to change direction to go and handle another urgent matter. So you have the burden of listening to me twice. So first for my presentation, and then I will deliver the minister's remarks. In doing all of this, I'll ensure you keep awake. So as the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, we really want to thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for organizing this very important engagement. Globally, we are seeing a lot of discourse around the energy transition, and it is important that the civil society organizations work with the government to advance our plans around the energy transition. So I will deliver this morning a presentation on Uganda's energy transition, integrating the extractive sector aspects, meaning I will cut across energy, minerals, and petroleum. Bear with me. So when we talk about the energy transition, which the earlier speakers already highlighted, we really are meaning moving on, looking at an energy mix that is based on renewable energies, limiting on the carbon emissions, and cutting back on fossil fuels as much as we can, even through sustainable operations of our petroleum industries. It does not necessarily mean that you're stopping the extraction of petroleum. And we will look at how we are integrating these aspects in our energy transition plan. Now, this energy transition is not a new phenomenon. Every century, we have gone through some form of energy transitioning. In the 19th century, we transitioned from the use of wood globally to more coal. We saw with the Industrial Revolution moving away from a lot of wood in the global world to coal usage. And then in the 20th century, we equally had another transition. And this time we saw a transition from usage of coal to petroleum. And now in the 21st century, we are seeing another transition, which transition has been given a certain urgency due to the impact of climate change and therefore the need to protect the planet. And you will notice that this transition is not a one-size-fits-all as I present. Different countries will have unique transition plans based on their circumstances, based on where they are today. So for Uganda, the energy transition plan that we worked on and which was already announced at COP28 in Dubai, we worked with the International Energy Agency in preparing this transition plan. And our transition plan was largely driven by three aspects. Number one, we wanted to accelerate our efforts to reach universal access, where today, as Uganda, we only have about 57% of the population having access to a form of electricity, be it on grid or off grid. So the issue here is how do we achieve our SDG 7 target of ensuring we achieve universal access by 2030. The other key objective was to use domestically domestically produced resources to energize our growing economic activity. And COVID-19 taught us that we cannot depend on the global market for all our energy. It poses an energy security challenge. So how do we use our internal resources to ensure our energy security? And then thirdly, to mitigate the near-term energy-related greenhouse gas emission growth and ensure that we are putting those into a decline in the long term. So our energy transition plan will address the global trilemma that we are seeing around energy development. One, energy security. Two, energy sustainability. And three, energy affordability. So before you start telling a country like Uganda to stop its fossil fuel production, have you thought through the replacement, how much it will cost, how a country such as Uganda will mobilize financing for that replacement or displacement? So going forward, I hope I can go forward. That used to be a political party. So going forward, in our energy transition plan, we seek to modernize and expand rapidly our energy supply industry to meet Uganda's economic and development goals. And this plan is underpinned by 5 pillars. First, I had already highlighted achieve universal access. 2, modernize and diversify Uganda's energy mix. 3, ensure secure and affordable energy supply. 4, mitigate energy emissions. And 5, position Uganda as an energy hub for the East African region. Because right now, we are members of the East Africa Power Pool, and we are centralized to tie into all our neighboring countries in form of power trade, but also any other energy trade. So the key drivers for this transition plan that speaks into our development into 2040 is largely our growing population and therefore our economic development. We've just concluded the census and we'll be updating our figures based on the census results, but the preliminary findings show that we might now be hitting about 50 million people as a country. Now, these 50 million people must be supported in terms of access to clean energy. We must support industrialization. We must support mass rapid transportation systems to ensure that we can move around these 50 million people that is growing at about 5 to 6% per annum. So at the end of the day, our energy transition plan must position Uganda as an upper middle income economy by 2040. And the other day, the president did highlight during the State of the Nation address that we are now at the first level of this middle income level. Now, as we develop, as our population grows, there are real challenges that we are faced with that together working with the civil society organizations, we must address. Apart from this whole discussion of stop EACOP, stop fossil fuels, we would really want to drum up civil society to understand the real problem. What is the real problem? The real problem is not EACOP. The real problem is what I am demonstrating here. So you're having today at least 57% of households having access to a source of electricity, meaning the bulk of us are depending on rudimentary biomass. About 80% of our population is burning fuel wood and also charcoal. Of course, NEMA, in its report of 2022, did highlight the imminent dangers that we face. We are losing about 2.3 billion US dollars cumulative by that time, but also our forest cover. And the NEMA report did highlight that if this trend continues, Uganda is potentially capable of losing all its forest cover within 25 years. So instead of focusing on stop EACOP, we should be working together to solve this danger that will, of course, affect all of us. And besides just the forest cover, look at that lady with her baby on her back. So usually we are thinking about the woman in the kitchen, but the reality is the woman has a baby on her back. So both are affected. And globally we are seeing 3.7 million premature deaths annually due to this unclean cooking. And 60% of these deaths are largely women and children. I've not even highlighted the issues of productivity, time wasted in sourcing fuel wood, among others. So the real problem is this: how do we support this woman and her child to transition to cleaner cooking options? And that is the government's agenda. Mr. Felipe already highlighted our plans around liquefied petroleum gas, 100,000 tons per day that we are going to produce from the upstream, 80,000 tons per day from Tilenga, 20,000 tons per day from Bulisa, the CNOC operated area, Kingfisher, and later on from the refinery, about 200,000 tons per day. That way, we will support many of these households that continue to use dangerous options of cooking. Now, in terms of our energy transition plan, we did, of course, forecast with these interventions, clean cooking, introducing more efficient clean cooking stoves, but also electric cooking, where we are even giving a special cooking tariff. We foresee that we will see a slump in the use of rudimentary bioenergy, which is a good indicator, and we are working towards that. So we are committed to ensure we deploy more liquefied petroleum gas. We are committed to ensure we continue electrifying on the grid to ensure more Ugandans have access to electricity, but also bring down the cost of electricity to enable us achieve that target of lowering the use of bioenergy. Now, as a country, each time we hear the debate around the energy transition, Uganda has always been on the right track when it comes to the energy transition. In fact, we've been transitioning way before this became topical. When you look at our 2010 energy mix, at the time you will note that we did have significant play of fossil fuels, and over the years we've evolved. Today, 2021 to 2025, we are onboarding additional hydropower. Karuma hydropower project is now fully synchronized on the grid. So we are reporting about 2,000 megawatts of power that we want to grow to align with our energy policy target by 2040 to be generating about 52,000 megawatts. Now, 52,000 megawatts comes with significant investment that we'll elaborate later. And we will elaborate the role of the petroleum industry to support this evolution, to ensure we achieve this energy transition that we are all shouting about. We keep saying, stop this, but then we say transit. How do we transit? We need petroleum revenues to be able to invest in this transition to achieve our 52,000 megawatts or 52 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2040. Now, looking into 2040 and our energy mix, you will notice that we continue to decarbonize, of course, in line with our industrialization agenda, but also supporting e-mobility and other aspects like the standard gauge railway that will need electricity. So we will deploy all our renewable potential, which totals to about 28,000 megawatts. We'll deploy hydro, we deploy our remaining geothermal, ensure we maximize solar at 10,000 megawatts, then the rest of the renewable. So the gap between 52,000 megawatts and the 28,000 megawatts total renewable will be filled by nuclear. And I'm glad at COP28 we were very aligned. You know, by the time we went to COP28, we didn't know what announcements were going to be made. So it was good to hear that the global world is seeking to do three things. It's seeking to triple renewable, which aligned with our energy transition plan. It is seeking to double energy efficiency, which we are equally working on. We just came out of cabinet yesterday on our new energy efficiency and conservation bill. But the third one, we seek to double nuclear energy. So we are very aligned with the global world to ensure we bring on board nuclear power, and we do have an active program to support that. And then we'll remain with some thermal because of the interplay between the resources available and the generation capacity we seek to attain. This largely goes to show you that with our energy transition plan, we'll be able to support the regional power supply and ensure Uganda is largely the hub for electricity. So as the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, we don't plan for our energy in isolation. We do have an interplay between energy, minerals, and petroleum. And at any one time, we are looking at them to ensure that the synergies are maximized. Now, we are looking at our energy transition and how our mineral sector will support that. We see that the energy transition will come with enormous investments on the mineral side to be able to deploy certain technologies. We must invest in wind. We have wind potential in northeastern Uganda, but also areas of West Nile. We must invest in solar panels. We've seen a number of companies setting up locally to manufacture solar panels, and that way we should see a drop in the price of solar, electric vehicles, battery storage to remove the intermittency of solar power, but also invest in the electricity networks, meaning that we must invest in transformers, we must invest in cable wires, among others. Now, all of these will capitalize on a number of minerals. We must ensure we are producing lithium, which we have, cobalt, Kilembe, Kasese, nickel, manganese, rare earth elements in Mayuge, areas of Wuyende, platinum and copper, among others. Now, Uganda, we are blessed that all of these we have. We boast of about 50 types of minerals, and it is therefore critical that we are planning for these judiciously to support our energy transition. And that's why the government has been very strong to ensure value addition in country. Don't export the minerals in their raw form. Add value and then drive the downstream industries. And we are seeing this. We launched our tin processing plant in Imbara, Ruti, about a month or two ago. But also we are seeing many companies now setting up transformer manufacturing facilities that will potentially use our copper as we work to revamp Klembe mines, but also others investing in other metal-related industries. So our strategy is to add value, but also as much as possible produce final products. We are aware of the challenges that abound in terms of setting up these processing facilities, the electricity that is required to support value addition, and that speaks to the energy transition and energy policy that we must invest in our generation, transmission, but also distribution to be able to support this endeavor. That goes to largely speak to the same aspect. You will look at a typical wind turbine and you will see that all these elements we have today in Uganda, copper, steel to support a typical wind farm, but also when you look at a solar panel, the whole range or array of metals we have, apart from probably selenium, the Se, and molybdenum. But most of those we do have, some in quantities that we are still quantifying to be able to speak to the quantities. So that speaks to the integration and therefore the energy transition. Now, as we discuss the energy transition, of course, there are aspects of electric mobility, and we can't run away from what's happening globally, because the other day we were in China, and 40% of their fleet is already now in electric mode. That speaks to the influx we are about to see. That means the internal combustion engines that are using fossil fuels with time over the many years will start fading out. As we import, we'll see more importation of electric vehicles, and we need to plan ahead. So once again, we are seeing globally that the electric car sales are on the increase, but also we are seeing that this has led to an increase in demand of the critical minerals. So we are having a rush. We are seeing countries focusing on Africa to be able to access these critical minerals, and that's why as governments we are planning in a manner that does not put us in a bad position to remain a poor nation, but also a poor continent. So we are keen, and that's why our policies have been reformed to ensure we maximize value and that critical minerals which are taking a center stage drive our industrialization. That car at the end, for those who love vehicles, I'm looking at Ali, Director PAU. Basically, you can see that, and I hope he's about to buy an electric vehicle soon. You can see that for the green, that shows you the level of minerals that are required for a typical electric vehicle. And then the black shows you what a typical gas car uses in terms of minerals. So you can see the rush and the demand that we are going to see on the mineral side, given the enormous amounts of minerals that are needed to deliver a typical SUV to enable people drive these cars. So that's why the trend of even transitioning to electric cars will take a bit of time. Imagine the global world having to transit 100% and the number of minerals that are required. Now, in terms of petroleum and how our energy transition plan views petroleum, without a doubt, petroleum will remain a key player in our energy mix in several ways. Although we are seeing a transition away from transportation fuels, in the next 20 years, we will still see a growth in our demand of petroleum for transport. This is a fuel mix for transport. And it is later, as we enter the 2050s, that we see a decline due to the penetration of electric vehicles. So that's why we continue to invest in our petroleum industry. We must support transportation today. We are aware of the fact that some of these solutions around electric mobility are still expensive for an ordinary Uganda, and as we study this global trend and move with the transition, at some point we will see the penetration, but for the next 20 years, we must produce our petroleum. Now, and then of course we see some electricity displacing petroleum, that is now the electric mobility industry, and a bit of bioenergy. We see some bioenergy, CNG and other forms of energy that could potentially drive this industry. Now the other aspect, and how we are looking at petroleum, and that's why we cannot accept when we are told stop ECOP, stop this, stop. We can't stop because besides the transportation fuels, we have a real demand for the petrochemical industry. You will look at the global market for petrochemicals. This is just a projection to 2028, but you can imagine what is going to happen into the future. You will notice in 2021, the petrochemical industry was worth about US dollars 549.5 billion. And by 2028, we see that industry growing to US dollars 775.07 billion. And when you project into the 2040s, it even grows further. What is driving this? The fact is the demand for polymers. Polymers, petrochemicals that we use for many things, our paints and coatings, our rubbers on our tires, adhesives and sealants, dyes, clothes, polyester. That is a significant demand that you cannot quickly displace and therefore stop the manufacturing or the processing of petroleum. We are seated in this room, but when you look around where you're seated, your phone is a petrochemical product. The cloth in front of you is a petrochemical product. The cup you're sipping from is a petrochemical product. When will we displace all these petrochemical? So on our end, what we are therefore doing is ensure that we are developing what they term as refineries for the future, but they're actually refineries for today. We integrate our refinery technologies with the petrochemical industry so that as you transition, you're then able to focus on the petrochemicals and slow down on the fossil fuels for transportation. So we want to call upon the civil society organization to really support us in this endeavor. It is not a phase out. You know, we are gradually working on ensuring this transition supports our economic development. And we must support the government in this endeavor. Now, when it comes to aspects of emission, and Dr. Kopsheshe spoke extensively on this, and I will not recap some of his key aspects around the targets that have been set globally. But in our energy transition plan, we see that with the interventions we have made or we are planning to make, introduce LPG, clean cooking, other forms of renewable energy, we are able to reduce on our emissions significantly. And you will note that our near-term efforts, especially on clean cooking, will help us achieve our nationally determined contributions as set in our commitments to the UNFCCC. And you will note that our emissions will peak around 2040 and then start a decline, and along the way we should achieve net zero between 2050, 2060. 2070 now. Net zero doesn't necessarily mean that you're not emitting at all. Of course, that would be preferred. It basically means that you're offsetting. You know, the solutions you've put in place enable you to offset the carbon or the emissions that you're producing at the time, and you're ensuring minimal or no impact. And this will be driven by our electrification efforts and energy efficiency, among others. And that goes to show you that we actually meet our conditional NDCs by 2030, and we should be good with the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, UNFCCC. Dr. Kopsheshe knows that better. Now, in terms of investment, and here we've really shown, I would say, a best case without even integrating aspects on the upstream of energy in terms of generation, what we need to invest. In our energy policy, we aggregate all of this, and the investment required is way beyond the 7 billion highlighted here. It enters into almost the 25 billion US dollar range because of the enormous investment that is needed. Now, where does petroleum come in? And why we should move together on this? When you look at what we've invested in the energy sector over the 20 years to drive our access rates to 57%, it comes to about 2 billion US dollars. Really, Karuma, Bujagali, some privately led, majority public led. Then that is 20 years, and it has not been easy mobilizing this financing. It has taken significant negotiation, certain trade-offs by the government in terms of return on investment for investments in the distribution, among others. Now, the petroleum industry has the potential to generate between 2 to 2.5 billion US dollars per year for the next 20 years. Meaning that when we are talking about leapfrogging in the energy transition discussions, you cannot leapfrog without investing. So we believe our petroleum industry with these annual revenues will help us leapfrog. So imagine once we start production and later on we start drawing dividends from this industry, we will indeed leapfrog. The investment we need in nuclear today, we need about 9 billion US dollars to be able to deploy our initial 2,000 megawatts of nuclear. We need so much money to invest in geothermal, additional hydro. So the petroleum industry can only be your bet in this case. So for those who support socio-economic development, there is no way you're not going to support your petroleum industry to be able to support you deploy clean energy for the next 20 years. No petroleum, no revenues, no development. You should be ready for that rhetoric. So we must together keep this in view, and we support each other to ensure this industry takes over. I am now preparing to conclude, and I want to thank you for listening attentively. I want to start by emphasizing that our rapidly rising population requires accelerated development to ensure improved living conditions of Ugandans. Later on in the discourse, we shall discuss issues of management of petroleum revenues, what we are doing, because we know that that is the other side of the discussion, assuring efficiency in government, among others. But for now, for this discussion, we must be aligned to ensure our growing population is supported. Our children that will come after us must find a better country. Number two, we need to merge economic development and climate action in order to achieve a true, just energy transition. It's not enough to talk about climate action without looking at economic development. The two must be discussed together. Otherwise, if not, we are not part of that discussion because we want to ensure a true, just energy transition. Now, our key focus as the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and I'm sure NPA is aligned, we must achieve universal access. We committed to the SDG goals. We must ensure SDG 7 is achieved in terms of providing reliable and sustainable energy for all Ugandans. And this needs investment. Number four, therefore, the proceeds from petroleum will fund our renewable energy investments, and we've already seen it. Just to put this in view, Karuma hydropower plant, the equity contribution for the government to that plant came from the petroleum fund. So as we prepare to commission Karuma and sing about the 600 megawatts, remember there is petroleum at the back of Karuma. So as you turn on your lights and enjoy Your lights at home, remember, that is petroleum revenues. So we must remember that. And then number 5, we will definitely ensure we continue to decarbonize, not just the power sector, but also our petroleum sector. You will have extensive discussions on the sustainability plans we are putting in place to ensure net zero. And then the mineral sector will not be forgotten. It remains paramount for this transition. So today, ours has been largely to urge, and I want to thank the civil society organizations, because time and again, we also listen to your discourse, and we also see your rational, objective conversations around the energy transition. So let us keep the conversations going. Let us support the development of our dear nation. I really want to thank you for God and my country. Now, this is the part that is very interesting. I'm going to invite myself. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I spoke to the minister, she said, please don't miss my speech, ensure it's delivered, because she wants to emphasize a number of policy aspects. So allow me to deliver the speech by the Minister, by the Honorable Dr. Ruth Nankabira Sentamu, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. I will stand on the previous protocol that I already highlighted, and on behalf of the ministry and on behalf of the minister, we wish to welcome you all to this second national conference with civil society organization and the non-government organizations to discuss the oil and gas developments in Uganda. This year's conference will focus on discussions on the Uganda's energy transition plan, considering global concerns of transitioning from the use of fossil fuel as a source of energy to clean energy sources. Now, as the Minister of Energy, I led a team in December 2023 to COP28, but also in 2022 to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, where I drummed up global support to ensure that the African continent, but also Uganda, are supported in a just energy transition. And I'm glad that the outcomes of these two COPs are aligned with our national energy policy. Now, during the COP28, we did commit as the government of Uganda to deliver affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. And this can only be done with significant investment in the energy sector. So in line with the global trends, the government of Uganda continues to promote aspects of the transition around clean cooking, but also electric mobility deployment. And as my ministry, we are at the forefront of these efforts. Just last week, as the ministry, we did procure 2 initial electronic vehicle charging points that will be located right in front of Amber House to ensure that we demonstrate, but also support this move to electric mobility. Additionally, I want to thank the upstream companies, but also the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline that we continue to work with to ensure that we develop our oil and gas for petroleum development, to deploy liquefied petroleum gas from Tilenga and Kingfisher as a drive to use clean fuel for domestic use and other commercial purposes. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight a significant conference that I attended last April in Paris, France, the Clean Cooking Summit organized by the International Energy Agency. During this conference, I spoke elaborately about the efforts of Uganda, but I also drummed up support for financing for our clean cooking agenda. And at the summit, globally, it was announced that there is financing to a tune of $2.2 billion plus an additional $2 billion from the Africa Development Bank Fund supporting clean cooking. So I want to urge all of you as civil society to capitalize on these global opportunities so that you work with government in the effort to ensure clean cooking is advanced in our energy mix. And I also want to thank the British government that is supporting us with a grant of about $50 million under their Clean Cooking Fund to ensure that we provide 50,000 discounted electric appliances and 30,000 other solutions targeting communities in poor settlements in the country. This conference, and I want to thank the Petroleum Authority for organizing it, is the second following the first that we had as part of the East Africa Petroleum Conference last year. During the first conference, we held discussions to concretize our working collaboration between the government and the civil society, but also the private sector in the industry. And the main theme at the time focused on management of environment, social, and governance aspects, with specific discussions looking at energy transition, land acquisition, human rights, stakeholder management, collaborative mechanisms, and dissemination of information during the oil and gas activities. I want to urge you to continue being the voice of the government in ensuring that these aspects are understood not only locally, nationally, but also globally, so that together we are engaging our global partners to understand the dedication of the government to ensure a sustainable petroleum industry. And I want to applaud the civil society organizations that continue to do that. So this year's theme, the energy transition, is timely, and I understand some of the leaders from the civic space have carried out significant research on energy transition, and that speaks to your proactiveness. And I therefore believe that the discussions that will be held today will be insightful in understanding measures to ensure that Uganda achieves all the objectives of its plan. The plan has already been highlighted, and we will work together to ensure that it is implemented in an endeavor to ensure a just energy transition, but also partnerships among us and the civil society. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I prepare to close, the government is committed to continue supporting the energy transition in many ways. Apart from the strategies that we are putting in place, we continue to look at other incentives on the taxation side to support clean cooking. We've removed certain taxes on LPG to ensure that we can deploy it. We are supporting a number of companies to set up LPG manufacturing facilities in country to be able to bring down the cost of cylinders, which is one of the bottlenecks for LPG penetration. We are also looking at aspects of stakeholder engagement, and I'm glad we are having this discussion, where we must address the cultural perceptions around deployment of these technologies. LPG, a number of you think we cannot cook luombo using gas. I want to affirm that I personally use gas to cook very, very delicious luombo. And on a side note, I will also learn to do the same. So the other aspect that we are focusing on is to ensure that the industry has clear standardization standards to support clean cooking technologies in order for us to advance these and set up local supply chains for these technologies and support local production. So the government will continue to ensure these interventions are implemented and ensure the right support is given to civil society organizations to better support our energy transition plan. So ladies and gentlemen, The government appreciates the contribution of the civil society in the management of Uganda's oil and gas sector, and some of the contributions including carrying out your independent third-party monitoring for the oil and gas activities, dissemination of information through various radio and TV talk shows. I always see my good friend Winnie really speaking for the industry, but also providing constructive feedback. That was my note, not the ministers. I therefore want to continue to encourage more areas of collaboration and urge you all to advocate for a just energy transition for Uganda to develop and benefit from the petroleum industry, but also the opportunities that abound with the energy transition plan, including jobs that will be created as we transition. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Irene Batevi, for the good speeches. I would like to take this opportunity to also say that we've got to get all those who have spoken so far to come and join the PS to have a photo moment and also get some recognitions. In the meantime, I would like to recognize the representation of the National Environment Management Authority, the ED, by Isaac Ntuju, a very senior official. Isaac, please stand up for recognition. We also have UNOC, represented the National Oil Company by the Chief Commercial Officer. I will also have SINOC Uganda. David Biaruhanga, I saw him, he came, he joined us, he's behind there for SINOC. I would like to say that, yes, this has been very well organized by key players, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, the IOCs, you've got Total Energies, SINOC, you've got the ECOP Limited, you've got UNOC, and then you've got the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas, and with a special play by International Alert. So this has been a very joint effort to supplement the recognition by the Minister and the PS and all speakers. Thank you so very much. So there are some goodies. I would like to invite JB, come and hand over these gifts. Thank you. So JB is the Deputy General Manager of the ECOP Limited, but is a prominent name in the oil and gas for Uganda. Thank you. Yeah, that's the chair of this Cisco. Then to the General Manager of Total Energies. Then to the PS. To the Director. Of EHS. And finally to the Chief Commercial Officer on behalf of the CEO of UNOC. In the meantime, I also recognize the presence of the Director for Midstream at Petroleum Authority, Mr. Dotis Bainomgisha. Please, we have, yeah. Thank you so very much. I think that's what we had. You can take back your seats. With all said and done, I would like to share that at this moment in time we are breaking for break tea. We shall have the session that was supposed to happen right after the submissions by the PS and the Minister, starting with the National Planning Authority, just after we have our break tea. But we shall also have chance to share some, at least 5 questions or issues from the audience after those many submissions, so that we can also have the interaction from that side. So I welcome you to tea, so that we can also relax a bit. We will also have, the more recognition, Mr. Jean Gavalda, the Director for Business Development at Total Energies. Stand up for recognition, yeah. Thank you for joining us. And also all of you, all of us who are here in our different capacities, please, let's recognize ourselves. Thank you so much. We're gonna have, how many minutes? Let's take about 20 minutes. 20 minutes for our tea break so that we get back and drive through. Thank you. The barcode you see up there, you can scan and get the energy transition plan dropped into your phone or whichever item you have. We've got technology gurus here. You just get it and get a feel of what it contains. Thank you so much. And many more documents shall be delivered in that mode. Thank you so very much. So welcome to tea. And yeah, we have 20 minutes, so we shall have to return at 25 minutes past 11. Thank you. The ushers, please help us get the delegates to have their tea. Check. The media interview with the PS is outside, so media guys, please get to the area so that you can have a chance to interview the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you.
check. Check. You want to use that speaker? Hello. Okay, so my check.
This engagement organized by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda in partnership with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, but also our partners Total Energies and the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline is extremely important because we are discussing the energy transition plan for the country. You're very aware the global world is faced with a trilemma around aspects of energy security, but also ensuring affordability of this energy while also achieving reliability. Now, as a country that has already been on the right path when it comes to this transition plan, where our generation mix is already decarbonized, it is largely hydropower, over now 80%. This discussion goes to underpin the role of petroleum to support the energy transition. We cannot discuss about the energy transition without discussing aspects of socio-economic development. So as we look at issues of climate change, climate action, we must ensure that these are going hand in hand with the development of the country. And that is exactly what we've been discussing. In our energy transition plan, we will deploy all our renewable energy resources, covering hydro, geothermal, nuclear, and others, solar power. But as we do this, there is significant investment required to deploy these energy sources. And the petroleum industry, which we are developing in a sustainable manner, will go a long way to support that transition in terms of investment. Today, or for the last 20 years, we've invested about $2 billion in the energy industry. And the petroleum sector will sustainably give us about the same amount per year, meaning that we can actually leapfrog and quicken our energy transition by utilizing the revenues from the petroleum sector. But also what is critical, the petroleum sector will support this energy transition by deploying clean cooking solutions. We will be generating liquefied petroleum gas, about 100,000 tons from the upstream, Tilenga and Kingfisher, which will go a long way to displace our rudimentary biomass that we are using today that is causing health challenges, but also affecting our environment in terms of deforestation of our forest. So really the petroleum industry is critical in that way. It will provide revenues, but we are doing it sustainably. It will also be a source of gas that will drive our clean cooking agenda. And of course, as government, we are committed to continue to decarbonize our energy subsector and ensuring that the mineral sector is supporting the energy transition.
You guys
Talked about the charging stations that you acquired at the Ministry of Energy. Can you give us an idea of what you're planning in terms of rolling out charging stations? Because that's the biggest hindrance and it takes money.
Yes, in terms of supporting the electric mobility industry and our drive around using electricity for transportation, we are looking at it in two ways, supporting the vehicles, but also supporting the three-wheelers, the border borders. So this endeavor is not just a government endeavor. We are entering partnerships. So we are partnering with the private sector to ensure that they invest in electric mobility. So what the ministry is doing is, one, ensure there is a strategy to support the electric mobility agenda. Our energy policy already underpins that. And what we are now doing are just demonstrations. We've done it with GIZ. We set up some charging stations for border borders along the Masaka Highway, but also along the Gulu Highway, to demonstrate and create and incentivize the population to adopt these e-mobility solutions. And then we've entered a number of agreements with the private sector. We are working with BorderVac, which is now GoGo, and others like Zembo and the rest, to ensure that we offer these solutions in the market, private sector led, with the government supporting on the policy side.
Yeah, Mr. Bashir, I know it has been almost 2 decades. There was a time when there was almost no talk between the government and the civil society. From your perspective, where are we coming from and how is the future like in terms of relationship between civil society and the oil and gas sector?
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, it's true that there has been a real transformation in terms of the relationship between government on one hand and civil society organizations on the other. When oil was first discovered in 2006, I remember statements like, civil society, you don't have capacity, civil society shouldn't be speaking about these issues. So along the way, we have bettered the relationship, and we are glad as civil society organizations that we are able to have regular platforms for engagement with the authorities in the government, but also we are able to discuss constructively on technical issues like the energy transition that we are now speaking about. So we are very happy that as civil society we have become more organized, and we are able to have serialized and structured discussions with government. So I think we have moved mileage. We have made some good mileage on this, and we are very optimistic that with these annual serialized engagements, we will even engage better, not only with the authorities in government, but also the oil companies and other authorities who are part of critical stakeholders for this energy transition journey that Uganda has embarked on.
This is about, of course, I'll toss the question. It's about building consensus from a developer's perspective. How important is it for us to have this conversation?
And as I said in my speech, I mean, this engagement with civil society is fundamental. It's fundamental to explain what we are doing, to make sure it's well understood, but also it's fundamental for us to listen how all what we are doing is perceived and how we could do better, what are the expectations coming from this development. And so it's not only once a year that we meet regularly, we have regular engagement. Today we consider that we have a very satisfactory exchange with the civil society in Uganda, that our project is massively supported, and that's for us, of course, of utmost importance.
So how has been your relationship with the CSOs?
CSOs we have been always quality relationship. That we have engaged regularly with them, and they have responded to our questioning, and they have questioned on some aspect that has pushed us to do better in some aspect of our business. So all this has been very constructive. Thank you.
Of course, Petroleum Authority have something to say regarding the transition.
conversation we are having today is a very important one because first, it demonstrates the progress that we have made with the working relationship, strengthening and building the working relationship with the civil society organization, that we are here having a joint conference and symposium where we are discussing aspects of mutual interest. And the theme for this conference, which is aimed at building consensus on the energy transition, as you know, the energy transition discussion is a very important one because it has been evolving in many ways and different theories put forward. So it was important that we come together as key stakeholders in the oil and gas industry and build consensus on a common understanding of the energy transition, which is a transition that is just, that is orderly, that is fair, and maintains the country's objective of economic and social and economic transformation, while at the same time meeting the desired climate goals. And this has been demonstrated that the oil and gas sector is part of the solution in making this progress, and it is not part of the problem, because the oil and gas sector is one of those that can help us take a step forward in the right direction through getting the revenues that are required to finance the smarter technologies, through moving away from the biomass-dominated energy industry into a cleaner into a cleaner energy for cooking. For example, the switch from biomass to gas, which as we know is a cleaner energy, but also a demonstration that oil and gas is pretty much still a very important factor in Uganda's energy mix. We shall still continue to see a growth in the consumption, in the demand of petroleum products within the short, medium, and even long term, within the visibility of what we can see until at least up to 2060. We are likely to continue seeing a growth in petroleum products. So it is very important that we maintain the investment in the oil and gas projects. It is very important that we progress in a manner that ensures sustainable development of this project while achieving the desired environment, climate, but also the social goals, in general, ESG.
Any other question, or I ask the last one from my side? Madam PS, this one is regards the issue, of course, the Stop ECOP campaign. We see trending. And yeah, we've seen how anything that is a little bit negative regarding the project looks like there are those people who are interested in making us look bad. So what will you say about that?
As the government, we have worked, and we've worked very well, to ensure that the East Africa crude oil pipeline is developed in a sustainable manner. And we've been clarifying to all these stakeholders that are not appreciating the project for them to understand the project better. In our national oil and gas policy that we put in place in 2008, we were very clear as a government, and we demonstrated our commitment to aspects of environment, biodiversity conservation, but also human social protection. We have clear objectives in our national oil and gas policy that have gone on to inform our legal and regulatory framework, but also the design of this project. We have had a rhetoric that the project is going to destroy river bodies, land masses, forests, and that is not factual. We have ensured the East Africa crude oil pipeline traverses a route of least impact, and therefore minimizing on the carbon footprint. But in terms of deployment, we've also ensured that this pipeline is buried 6 meters below the ground to limit on the interaction with the communities on the surface so they can continue using this land. But we've also ensured, in terms of the energy heating of this pipeline, that we deploy clean energy solutions. We will be applying hydropower at the start of the project, and then along the project we will heat it using solar. So we've solarized the East Africa crude oil pipeline. All that speaks to the endeavors by the government, but also the developers, to ensure minimum impact from the project, but also critically on issues of human rights, human social protection. The government is committed to ensuring we abide by the law of the land when it comes to these aspects. Land acquisition, we have followed the law. We've ensured that the project affected persons are compensated in line with the law and the IFC World Bank principles for land acquisition. So most of these we've clarified. We will continue clarifying, but the big message is the government has done all it takes to ensure that this project is compliant and that it is addressing aspects of emission reduction.
For now.
The rest will be at lunch when
We've also used the opportunity to network. It's always a good thing to sit with new people. Although I don't feel like this has been the case, when I look, I see we're still seated with each other. I would like to encourage you to always use such opportunities to spread out, build your networks. Who knows? It's a small world. Next time it could be me sitting down there and you up here. Let's talk. It's an opportunity. So for our next session, as we start our next session, I would like, Didas, my co-host, where are you? I'm coming down and I'm going to take around the mic for you to just share with us how you're feeling this morning, but most importantly, what has been your experience so far. We'll have about 1 or 2 people, just also hear from the people that are listening from the audience. Then we'll dive into our next program. Thank you. Okay, so once you take the mic, please introduce yourself, what you do, and your thoughts about the session so far, or what you're looking forward to.
Good morning. My name is Julius Mukunda, and I work for the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, CSBAG. Budget, where money comes from and how we spend it. A pleasure being here. But for me, my biggest take today morning is that opportunity where government and the civil society sit to discuss about their country. I think in most cases there is a lot of suspicion, and we know where it comes from. But events like this help us as civil society organizations to provide better alternatives, but also to engage better and contribute to our country. I urge all of you, my colleagues, let us all be able to participate effectively, to engage the government, and have a better country for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A hand clap. We've had breakfast, right? Thank you. Gender balance. May I have the privilege of requesting our Social Performance Director, Joy, to say something, please? Please introduce yourself for those who might have missed you.
Thank you very much, Anita. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joy Mubale. I am Social Performance Director at TotalEnergies, EP Uganda. Here next to me is my colleague, Petronila Lamunyu. She is our NGO coordinator at TotalEnergies. At the company, we're very committed to engaging with all our key stakeholders. Civil society is a critical stakeholder, and we have a dedicated team to engage with you. And I'm delighted to observe that over the last 2 years, the relationship between the different projects and civil society has steadily gotten better. It takes two to dance well. And I would like to thank you for your openness to dialogue with us, to engage with us towards the common goal of the sustainable development of these projects. Sustainable and inclusive. Anita, yes, gender inclusive, youth inclusive, and really inclusive of the aspirations for benefit, for participation by all Ugandans. So we are committed to that, and we thank you for the role that you play and for your willingness to engage with us. Thank you for being here, and as the day carries on, I look forward to talking to more of you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Joy. Inclusivity. I'll come to you, sir. If you give me an opportunity, I would like one young person to share with us. Oh, I like your smile.
Good morning. My name is Kopsinge Eunice. I'm a student of Chambogo University. the current president of Society of Petroleum Engineers. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event. Thank you very much for considering the students, because these are the platforms that we use to connect with the professionals and to get to know what is happening, to get updates. Some of the students that are here to get to know, like to move on. They are looking for data to put into their research. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well, and for representing the young people. And we are happy that we can be of service.
Good morning, fellow participants. I'm called Dr. Mutavaz Sam Stewart. I'm a transportation planner. And I wanted to speak to the PS. When she was speaking, I thought I was not in Uganda. First of all, she's so eloquent and she speaks passionately, and she would make a better policy person, even in the first world. But I have one request. There's a lot of talking which doesn't follow action. And I just want to request that the Ministry of Energy, if you can take this request for me, is there anything to do with the wind energy in Uganda? If only you can import just one piece and put it somewhere so that we can start from there. When she talked about wind energy, it's the easiest thing that we can even start with. Wind energy. There's a lot of wind. If you go to Ruahi, towards Ntungamo, if you go to northern Uganda in Karamoja and other places, why is it that we can't start on something as simple as that? Ministry of Energy, please, let's wake up and start doing smaller things rather than... the talk here was more not in consonance with what is happening on the ground. And I think we can do some smaller efforts in terms of energy. As the years go by, we shall be doing much better than keeping on talking when we don't have the energy. It's so depressing to find that our mothers, our children, our sisters are still using firewood. But also the fact that in Kampala, their study was done that 60% of the people in Kampala still use charcoal. It's so bad.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think you raised solid points, but as well, we have to be cognizant that it's a transition that we've started. And I think so far as Uganda, we are making our steps into the right direction. And I think we ought to also give credit to our leaders with the vision they have. Because yes, there are all these options, but sometimes we have to move step by step. You can't stretch yourself far too wide. There needs to be some sort of focus, and I believe in the vision that is being created. And who knows, wind should be somewhere along the way. So thank you so much for your submissions.
Thank you. My name is Gloria Mugambe. I'm the head of the Uganda EITI Secretariat. EITI stands for Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Uganda is a member of EITI, and we have just been validated under EITI. EITI has 57 member countries. Energy transition is a big issue, a big thematic area under EITI. So as a member of EITI, Uganda is expected to manage her extractive sector according to best international practice. Like, it's the gold standard for the management of extractive sectors. So we did quite well. We scored 78.5. So that's just the introduction. So about the morning session, I was very excited. I learned a lot because whenever we have discussions on energy transition, it's always, the question we always ask ourselves is, what are we transiting from and where are we transiting? But we got specific answers to these questions. The GM Total Energies told us very clearly, Uganda, we are 80% biomass. And what are we transiting to? We are transiting to LPG and electricity. So for me, that was like, okay. So we're transiting from biomass to LPG to electricity. And of course, the PS Ministry of Energy was even more eloquent and more detailed in terms of where we are and where we want to go. So I want to add my voice to my brother colleagues, really applauding her for having the facts on her fingertips and for educating us so clearly. So that was my take from the morning session, and I look forward to being able to understand more about energy transition in Uganda, because we talk about it usually in general terms and in terms of, Africa, the world, but in Uganda, how are we going forward with the energy transition agenda? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we would love to hear more from many more of you, but unfortunately we have to keep time. But I thank you for your participation and for your volunteering to share more about the session, and I hope that we can have more time in the later sessions to still share more. We surely shall have another session as such where we come to you to share your thoughts with us. But for now, I would like you to allow me to invite our next speaker, and he will be speaking about the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mr. Jonan Kandwanaho. I hope I got that right. Kandwanaho. Mr. Jonan Kandwanaho, please join us on stage. He's the Senior Planner, Chemical Industry, the National Planning Authority. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Eventually pronounced my name very well. Yes, my name is Jonan Kandwanaho. From the National Planning Authority. I bring you greetings. I don't want to repeat the protocol. I lean on the protocol that has been highlighted by the previous speakers, since I'm not the first speaker. So I bring you greetings from the National Planning Authority. I am here to represent the Executive Director, National Planning Authority, who couldn't make it because he had other pressing engagements, and yeah, I'm here to represent him. One is to appreciate PAU and the civil society organization and the NGOs for putting this together because it's such a pertinent discussion, it's such a pertinent engagement, and it has been, it is a rare case for governments and other institutions and stakeholders to interact with NGOs and civil society organizations in one room to find or chart a way forward. Now, the topic that I was given is quite interesting, the just energy transition. But I also realized that the previous speakers spoke to the same. You only added the word just. Now, I want to first explain this so that we can actually understand where we're coming from. The just energy transition is like a strategic planning framework that targets to plan for those people who will be affected by the transition. If we are discussing transition from biomass to clean energy, what happens to people who are trading in biomass? If I am a trader in charcoal, what befalls me? What do I do? If I've been trading in a green gas emission business, what befalls me? So just transition is to ensure that we plan for people who are trading in the things that we're transitioning from to the better clean energy. And I also want to highlight that this initiative is quite new. I was told to speak about the framework, but the framework is not yet in place. It's not yet in place. We're actually just having a conversation to put it in place. And I'm glad that I know I have this opportunity to speak about it. The key thing to note, though, is that transition is not necessarily for energy. The transition is not necessarily for energy. Yes, energy is one of the leaders, but there are a number of other areas that are experiencing the transition, just as was highlighted by the PS and even Dr. Kobusheshe. There are a number of things. For example, talk of agriculture. people are transitioning from the normal agriculture to smart agriculture. So what will happen to people who are practicing the old way of doing agriculture? If you talk about mining, we've been preaching transition from artisanal mining, where you use a lot of informality and rudimentary methods, to now use better technology. Now, what befalls the artisanals who are still, first of all, cannot afford the technology, but also, two, are still hinged towards using the previous technology? What befalls them? So the just energy transition is meant to plan for such, among others. So we need not to tailor it to energy alone, but rather look at it comprehensively. And that is the role of the National Planning Authority, to ensure that we look at the holistic picture rather than a small, micro, isolated picture. Because ultimately, transition will happen in all aspects. But so we ought to plan for the same. So the key other thing to note that I think I would like to highlight is that the timing is very ripe. The timing is very ripe. Why? Because we have started conversations to discuss the National Development Plan 4. Now, for those who might not be privy to the information of that, is that we have the Vision 2040, which is projecting, or which projects where we are meant to be by 2040. And it is only translated and implemented through the National Development Plans. And so far we have run NDP 1, NDP 2, and concluding the NDP 4, NDP 3. So in conversations for the start of the NDP 4, which will run for the year 2025-26 and 2029-30, which are 5 years. Now, if you have anything that you actually have to do, whether in energy, whether in oil and gas, whether in agriculture, whether in mining, that concerns transition, has to speak to the aspirations that we have, or we are anticipating to have in that period. So it has to be put in the NDP 4. As a matter of fact, we have had some engagements, preliminary engagements with ministries, departments and agencies, and local governments and other stakeholders for preliminary discussions on the key priorities that we anticipate to look at during the NDP 4 period. So it is two-pronged. The first one is the actual plan that we intend to deliver. So NPA does not sit back and just says, this is what we think is priority for the next 5 years, but rather engages other stakeholders, including the civil society, including the NGOs, to input to the plan of what it is that they anticipate to contribute towards the priorities for the country in the next 5 years. So we've had preliminary discussions, and we are usually involved in the program working groups. So my key thing that I'd like to highlight is that please interest yourself in this, because if it is not in the plan for the next 5 years, it might be very hard to actually implement. So I call upon the gathering, the civil society, the non-government organizations, to actually participate in these conversations. But for the framework, it is just in the initial stages. Actually, we have a meeting tomorrow, a workshop with the Carbon Investment Fund to discuss some of the things that we think are priority to look at to ensure that there is a just transition. That if I'm trading in charcoal, I still can actually be catered for in case the transition happens. But also is to allay our fears that this transition is not sudden. It is a gradual process. It will take a bit of time. So to move from the 80% of the biomass that we are trading in, or that we are at as a country, to probably 0, which is our target by 2065, it will take time. And more options will be coming on board. But the key thing is to involve ourselves to input to this transition framework so that in the event that it's complete, we don't have any back and forth or any mixed reactions on what it is that we put across. So I thought I would highlight that, and it's one of the messages that I had actually brought from our executive director, and I'm open for conversations and questions and any comments, but majorly I invite you to participate in the development of the NDP4, which has already started. That it's meant to be off by May 2025. So I invite you all, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so very much, Jonan. Let's do another round of applause. He's really highlighted important aspects regarding Uganda's energy transition framework. So my role is very simple. I'm just calling upon the chair of the next session. It's going to be a panel of experts, and it's none other than Director Ali Sekatawa, the Legal and Corporate Affairs Director at Petroleum Authority. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Didas. Is it good afternoon? Good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, let me take this opportunity to welcome you and express my happiness for this platform. As you realize, we've made a few changes because Lisa could not make it. She was supposed to present online, but because of the delays, because she's in another jurisdiction. So we are going to proceed with our next panel discussion, which is Uganda's oil and gas projects, status, and responding to the energy transition. I'm replacing Dr. Joseph Kobsheshe, who right now is the ED. As you can see him there, he's sitting as a proper ED. So for this session, I will have Jean Gavalda from Total Energies. Jean is in charge of making sure that all those facilities are constructed in time, at cost, and in a manner that is environmentally friendly. We have James Beria Opio, also from Total Energies. James looks at the transition part in the execution of these projects in Total. And I intend to ask them just one question each, and then I will give you opportunity to ask. So we have made a few changes. The other colleagues who were here from SINOC and ECOP and UNOC will appear with the CSOs in the afternoon to give you a very good discussion. And therefore, for this session, we have invited Ms. Winfred Ngabire from Global Rights Alert so that she can counter from a CSO perspective what is going to be said. And then we've also invited Dr. Henry Bazira, who is the founder chairperson for the CS. Yes, he's here. I think you all know him. So hopefully we are going to have a good discussion. So my job is simple. I'm going to moderate this session and I will have no views today. And I will start with Mr. Jean Gavalda to share with us briefly how far he is with the progress of the project, especially in light of the people who still think they can still stop the project. Is it in progress? And then secondly, to tell us how this energy transition has impacted how this project is being executed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. I hope everyone can hear me well. Well, there is some change in the program, so you will allow me to pass the progress of the project to my colleague, James Opio, from the project team, that will give you the update. I will start and I will take back the microphone to talk about how this project fit into Total Energy strategy within this energy transition context and world. But before to pass the microphone to James, why this project today fit into energy transition strategy? Of course, it aims to produce fossil energy, which is challenged by the society today. But within Total Energy, our strategy is to keep this oil and gas and fossil energy production during all the time of the energy transition. It will allow, in fact, to access cash to invest in developing the infrastructure for renewable energy. But we are very, very selective on the type of project that we can develop and that we can invest in. So, of course, there is a profitability or commerciality aspect. That means this project needs to be sustainable in the volatility environment of the barrel. But much more important now, we need to demonstrate that it fits with all our commitment in terms of emission, footprint impact, social economic impact, and etc. And specifically on this project, we manage on the overall average emission for Lake Albert development, Tilenga, Kingfisher, ECOP, to go down to 13 kilograms of CO2 per BOE, which is, sorry? I ask them to increase the volume. So this is when the problems start. So what I was saying is that in terms of emission, we need to be absolutely critical and specific in our investment. So the Lake Albert development fit in our strategy because we manage on the design phase to reduce the emission of the overall to 13 kilograms of CO2 per BOE. 13. The oil and gas industry today, in average, is more close to 30, 33 kilograms of CO2. So we are only 1/3 of it. So when you compare to other oil and gas development in the world, this one is one of the best in class in terms of emission. So that's part of it, and I will develop a bit further after how this project also is taking part in the energy transition. Pass the microphone to James, just to give you an update on the project progress. But it has started, Ali. Yes, it has started to be built, not to produce yet, but to build. But I give the microphone to James.
Thank you very much, Jean. All protocol observed. My name is James Berry-Opio, the Interfaces Manager and Acting Upstream Project Coordinator. Without much ado, I will launch into Tilenga project update so that I can answer Ali's question. Are we progressing? Okay, but before I launch into the project update, the goal of the Tilenga project is essentially to set up facilities, onshore facilities for the production, for storage and export of heavy and waxy crude through a central processing facility which is situated in Bulisa, through multiple well pads through which we'll be drilling about 420 wells. We'll also be setting up a lake water abstraction facility. We'll also be setting up facilities for the reinjection of produced water. As you might be aware, the oil and gas comes commingled with water from its natural abode, which are basically reservoirs in our various fields. And so when this water comes to the surface, it will be treated and then basically re-injected back into the reservoirs to maintain pressure, of the reservoirs to ensure that we do not lose productivity of our wells, to ensure that we don't have the collapse of the overlying rocks, to ensure that some of this water can be able to push oil and gas towards the oil producers. So, other facilities that we'll be setting up within the Tilenga project includes the operator's camp and the operation support base, which are needed during the operational phase. We'll also be setting up or drilling a bore for the Nile River crossing for our facilities from the north to the south and back. So, in order to be able to set up these facilities that we need to be able to produce our crude and gas, we are implementing the project under 3 major components. The first component is enabling infrastructure. The second is drilling and wells. And the third is the engineering, procurement, supply, construction, and commissioning of surface facilities. And I'll basically provide updates under those 3 major components. The first component, enabling infrastructure. Enabling infrastructure are essentially all the civil works that have to be in place before the other 2 components are set up. Okay? And the enabling infrastructure component is subdivided into 3 major packages under Tilenga project. The first one is what is referred to as CFT1. It is basically well site preparation of the industrial area. Currently, as we speak, this package is at 99% progress. So the operators camp area, the operation support base area, the CPF area have all now been handed over to the EPSCC contractor by the enabling infrastructure contractor, that's Motor Angel. Okay? Still under CFT1, we are now left with a small component, which is the retention pond system, which we are also concluding on. The retention pond system that we have constructed is supposed to ameliorate the flooding downstream of the industrial area. So works on that component should be done sometime in July. Okay? That is for CFT1. In a nutshell. For CFT2, which is really road construction and upgrades, 3 major roads have already been completed. That is the C1 road, which provides access from our Tangi North Construction Support Base to the northernmost well pad. That one is complete. Another important road is N2 road, which provides us access to Ngiri 5 and Ngiri 6 well pads. That one is complete. The A1 West road, which provides access to the industrial area, to the northwest part of the industrial area. That one is also complete. And now progress is also underway on A1 East Road, which provides access to Gunya 4, as well as A4 Road, providing us access to the Nsoga well pads. That is on CFT2, or the roads construction package. The third component under enabling infrastructure is CFT4. This one is essentially all the civil works that have to be in place to prepare the well pads for drilling. So far, under that component, we are at about 34% progress. A number of well pads have already been handed over to drilling for drilling works. These include Jobiri 5, Ngiri 3, that have been handed over. Drilling operations are already completed. They have now been handed back to the enabling infrastructure contractor to conclude with the remedial works and some outstanding civil works. That is under CFT4. But I'll not dwell further on that. There's still more work on a number of well pads. But I'll now jump to the second major component, which is drilling and wells. Now, we drill wells to be able to contact the valuable resource that we have in the subsurface. As we speak today, all the 3 rigs that were mobilized for this operation are operational in the country. The first 3 well pads The first 3 well pads, that is Jobiri 5, Ngiri 3, and Gunya 1, have all been drilled. Drilling operations on those are completed. And as I speak, up to about 47 wells have been drilled so far using the 3 rigs. And the plan is by the end of this year to be able to drill about 98 wells. And for us to be able to reach plateau production, we need to have about 237 wells drilled. And I believe we are very much on course to get to that objective. Again, under drilling, we've been taking lessons from every well that we drill and applying them to subsequent wells, our so-called return on experience, or REX. And because of these lessons that we have been applying, our efficiency in drilling has improved. Whereas initially we started with non-productive times of up to about 22%, those times have now come down to, in some cases, under 5%. Whereas we started with drilling durations initially of up to 22 days per well, in some cases we are now drilling under 10 days per well. So these are significant improvements, and we can basically upload our drilling and wells teams as well as the geoscience and reservoir teams that support these operations. Under the third component, which is the EPSEC of surface facilities, this one is broken up into 2 major subcomponents. The first one is all the surface facilities works within the industrial area, and the second is all the surface facilities outside the industrial area, the so-called off-sites. Now, within the industrial area, in terms of progress, under engineering, under the engineering component within the industrial area, progress is about 86%. Procurement is about over 67% in that case. Most of the major equipment have already been procured. We are in the process of setting up some of the first 2 gas turbine generators within the industrial area. Another important milestone is by the end of Q1, we had already achieved about 2,000 persons in capacity of the construction camp. That is from the industrial area perspective. From the offsites perspective, by the end of Q1 or by the end of April, up to 30 kilometers of pipeline had already been welded. So that is a major milestone so far that has been obtained. So I'll just stop at that for the time being. Thank you.
Yes, I will cover the energy transition. So as you can hear, James, there is a lot of technical and operation to do, but globally we are quite advanced. Avoid, reduce, compensate. These 3 steps are clear strategies that we have in our design, in our project, in the way we work, to minimize our footprint and impact on any kind of stakeholder around the operation. Avoid, I'll give you an example. Avoid, for example, we decided a few years back to use electricity from the Ugandan grid, to import electricity, that allowing us to not burn crude oil to produce electricity. So we avoid burning crude oil, which allows us to avoid emissions. If I give you another example, the well pad design with several tens of wells starting from one point allow to avoid footprint in the national park. So this is by design, and after we start the operation, we start to build, but we don't stop here. We continue trying to reduce at maximum. So for example, we have solarization plans that are under study for power generation, for solar thermal. All this will allow us to reduce Tilenga emission down to 7 kilograms of CO2 per BOE from 10 at the beginning. So it's a continuous effort. Even today, we are still looking at how, from the reserve perspective, we can reduce the number of well pads to reduce continuously our footprint on the environment. Then compensate. But compensate, there is, in terms of, if we talk from the emission perspective, you have the natural-based solution with the forest, with the trees. So on this one, we have large action program in Uganda to plant trees for biodiversity aspect, but we are also looking out if there is a possibility to do it for carbon aspect. And on research and development, we are on a rift area, so we should also look at what could be done in terms of CCS and carbon storage, but that will be more in R&D part, so it will be on the longer term. Another one, we will produce gas. Some LPG will be produced from Kingfisher and Tilenga. It will reach the Ugandan market. It's an opportunity for Ugandans to transition from charcoal to LPG. I talk about solarization. We are looking at 15 megawatt. We are already producing 10 megawatt in Soroti. We'll have 15 megawatt on Tilenga. It's also pillars for Total Energy beyond the Tilenga project and the oil and gas project to implement in the country a multi-energy strategy. So we are very active on business development for solar and hydro power in Uganda, and I hope that coming soon you will be able to say that Total Energy is not only Tilenga but much bigger than that and much spread into the mix of energy. Thank you very much, and we are here to listen the civil society part, and I'm very glad to pass the microphone to our dear stakeholder, Global Alert and CSCO Coalition, the Civil Society Coalition. Thank you very much. And like it was said before, we are here to listen and after to implement what we are listening and agreeing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jean and James. For those of you who have maybe accent issues like me, I think the key areas I've had for the decarbonization is the development of hydropower, the solarization, that the project is best in class, the issue of R&D, the LPG, the re-injection, and the overall design of the project. And I think the status of the project is clear in the different packages. So at this point, I will invite Winnie from a civil society perspective to share with us her views on how this project could have been developed better in order to meet the energy transition discussion. If there are any other additional areas you see as civil society that can be added on top of what has been done. Winnie, please share with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ari. And I must confess, I've been ambushed to come to this panel. So you'll excuse me if I don't delve so deeply in the conversation that they just had. But I just want to quickly mention two things. That one, energy transition, actually transitions, because it's not one, started long time ago, around 100, 200 AD, and we are still transitioning. I think my ancestors were busy gathering fruits and hunting, that they forgot transition. That's where we are, but it has been going on. And it's not just one transition. While my mother is moving away from a lamp, Sekatawa is importing an EV. And I'm trying to move away from briquettes to use gas. So it's different stages and different transitions. And we need to have that at the back of our mind. It's not just only fossil fuels, it's a whole value chain that has many stages. The second one is that there are two key issues that drive transitions. As a country, energy security is key. And so from the civil society perspective, I should see my government leading the conversations on energy transition because we need to have energy security as Uganda. The other one is that over the centuries, transitions have been led majorly by economic perspectives. Companies are asking themselves, where is the next money? And so they move from coal to something else so that they can make as much money as they possibly can. And that is why I think the chair of Cisco mentioned at the start that Total Energies, for example, which is exploiting the fossil fuels here, also has a memorandum of understanding with us on energy transition. So they have already marked territory. They are making money in fossil fuels, but they're also positioning themselves to do work around renewable energies. They have rebranded, they are positioning themselves to be the biggest player in the energy transition discourse. So that is also the other thing. Then when we come to what is happening on the ground, and thank you for the updates, I'm trying to link it to the energy transition campaign, and I start with the issue of access to information. That the MOU was signed more than 2 years back on energy transition, and there's not a lot of discussion that has happened on the subject of energy transition and what Total Energy is going to be doing, what other companies are doing, what that is going to cost us. But whether it is fossil fuels and all the projects around that, or energy transition, there are issues to do with communities, how they are going to benefit, how they are going to be impacted on by the projects, and how the county will utilize the resources from either projects. So land acquisition, if Total Energies or any other company is going to set up a huge solar project, for example, on land, there's no free land in Uganda. Land is going to be acquired. The same issues of compensation, resettlement, valuations are going to come up. Whether we are going to set a huge solar plant on top of Lake Albert, there are fishermen that have been using the waters, and so they are going to be impacted on. So how do we make sure that the livelihoods of people that depend on land or on water or on any other platform that is going to be acquired for renewable projects that are not affected? But we also know that women and young people are most hit by energy poverty. So what are we doing to make sure that women are facilitated to move from one stage to another and are able to tap into the opportunities of the transition that they represent? The minerals that we are going to use in the transition are also really on land. And so we're going to have to displace people, we're going to do excavations. If we are looking for rare earth minerals, we're going to do everything else that is done, whether you're mining copper or gold, and that also inconveniences people and causes pollution. And actually, there's no one that has told us that renewable energy projects are absolutely pollution-free. So we don't have those statistics, we don't have the facts, and we would want to get more information around that so that we can engage with that. The other aspect that I also want to really question ourselves is whether the oil companies should be the ones that are giving us plans on how we are transiting as a country. And I speak that as a citizen. I ask that as a citizen. Should we be trusting the polluter, in quotes, to give us, updates, to give us the plans on how we are transiting? Or should we be questioning NEMA and POW and Minister of Energy and everyone else to lead the campaign on energy transition?
I thought the PS presented the plan.
Do we trust? Yes, of course she did. But in most cases, these conversations are led by business corporations that, for me as a citizen, I question where they have the best interest for Uganda, and it's a legitimate concern. And the other thing I want to talk about is that, I know you hinted at it at the start, that the divergent views on the fossil fuel projects and the same divergent views on energy transition projects are going to come. If we do not address the legitimate concerns around Stop EACOP, if we don't address the human rights concerns that they're raising, if we don't address the land acquisition concerns, if we don't address the wildlife concerns that we are raising now, even if we do transitional projects, even if we do solar or wind or whatever, those same questions are going to come up. So rather than being offended by the phrase Stop EACOP, I think we should go beyond that and ask, what are the legitimate questions by the Stop EACOP campaign? So that way, we are being inclusive, we are caring for the communities where we are investing, where companies and governments are investing, and we are also bearing in mind that we own this, we are in this together. Most countries that produce oil, by the way, in Africa, for example, do not necessarily have clean energy access. If you look at Nigeria, generators everywhere because of load shedding, fuel shortages because of load shedding. So as we transition, are we going to be able to meet the demands that should be made so that we can have access to clean energy? Are we going to be able to address the fundamental governance questions that we have as a continent or as a country that stop us from meeting the energy needs? You know that the cylinders, the gas cylinders that were distributed by the country, apart from the color, of the cylinders, which I'm not going to comment about, but people who went back for the first refill are less than 20%. So we have this whole project, let us transition, let us target families in Kampala, and we give them gas cylinders. And we have less than 20% of the people who received them going back for refill. That tells us that there's something fundamentally wrong in the way the campaign was designed, whether by government, in partnership with private sector. We need to ask ourselves, why did people not go back to refill? Did they actually use the gas that was given to them, or they sold it to the guys in the garages and in other places that use gas?
Okay.
So there is a lot of so many questions that companies need to bear in mind as they are planning the fossil fuel exploitation, but also know that if we don't address these in the energy transition campaigns and projects, we are going to be in a cycle of complaints and underdevelopment and poverty, and as a country, we are not going to be energy secure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winnie. It is very hard to stop Winnie, Jean, or James. Everyone is very passionate about this topic. But now, Dr. Bazira, as the founder chair, the statistics are clear. 57 access to power, 80% using biomass, 2.3 billion, 3.7 premature death. But you still have people who say, the PS here said, no petroleum, no revenue, no transition. You still have people who say, leave this natural resource underground. They use different slogans. One of them is Stop EACOP. But in effect, they are saying, leave it underground and maintain poverty. In your view as a founder member, chair, what would be the mutually beneficial structures we can have as nationalists between oil and gas as a sector and the team that is advocating for leaving these resources underground. They have indicated for us EITI. This is one of the forums where we come and converse, but maybe you can share with us experience in terms of what structures and frameworks we can have in place to be able to run out of this poverty cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali Sekatawa. It's a very interesting question, but let me just begin by talking about myself, just for about half a minute, for those who do not know me, and where I'm coming from, and even why I'm seated here, why you chose me to be here. I am the founding chair of the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas. That was way back in 2008. And I served for 5 years and left this place for purposes of demonstrating good practice. That when you're in leadership, you must give chance for others to come in. And I am very proud that the Civil Society Coalition has come this far. Many people say I'm the vision bearer. I'm not the vision bearer. Bashir is now the vision bearer. And we have had, I think, 3 or 4 presidents or chairpersons since my term. And so, and you can now see the relationship that we have with the government and oil companies. They have invited me to sit here. Why am I saying that? In the beginning, it was firefighting. Beno Bisha, you know where we came from. We could not sit on the same table. There is one meeting I think was organized at Protea, Kigo, where we were invited, and before we could enter, they told us, you are not welcome here because you have no value to add. Today, we have value to add. We are sitting here because our colleagues in government and industry have recognized that even the civil society today have value to add. And indeed, we have added value. Because I recall, before we went through this cycle of preparing the petroleum laws, government was in a rush to do an early production scheme, which raised hell. And that the laws were not in place. So we said, no, you guys hold your horses, let's wait, let's put our house in order, let's put in place the right law, let's put the right policies, and then we can begin to do production of oil, because we're looking at experiences elsewhere in Africa which started on the wrong footing and have had disastrous results. And probably that's the reason why they are suffering from the so-called resource curse. I work with the Water Governance Institute as the executive director, and I've served that position as a founding person in the organization since 2008. So I was running the coalition and the organization at the same time. It was a tall order. But I'm now relaxed, retiring from my work and handing it over to younger fellows. That said, I also want to say that my PhD that I completed last year was actually on the social and environmental safeguards of the 3 projects, Tilenga, Kingfisher, and the ECOP. So please, Sekatawa, I'm available for consultancies. I have value to add. So that's where I want to stop about myself and go back to the question that you have asked me. And I want to also say that we are the alternative thought process. Look at civil society as the alternative view of all the things that government does. Because, tell you the truth, we have always provided the alternative view, even when it was not particularly welcoming and palatable. Some of it you took it up because we provided you with evidence. And so we said our engagement with government and oil companies is not going to be a firefighting approach like we used to have before, but a research or informed-based advocacy or dialogue with our partners. Now, We are at this stage where we are now talking about the energy transition. And I like what Winnie has said. We have been having energy transition since time immemorial. Since the time we discovered fire to date. So let's not perceive energy transition as something new. It is something that has been with us, and we should put it into that perspective, that the transition we have is a gradual process. And for Uganda, yes, you said 80% of Ugandans are using biomass, which is true. But if you look at the other energy alternatives, I think essentially Uganda is on the right track of transitioning from dependency on oil and gas or charcoal towards more renewable resources. And my caution, however, is to say that we need to take it in a gradual process. I know our partners in the north are in high gear. They already have wind farms, they have solar farms, and they have electric vehicles. You visit any of the airports abroad, you'll find that the buses that are moving us from stage to stage are electric powered. And we have an ambitious one here of Kira, where we're trying to do electric power. It's a good thing, but we need to do it in a very gradual process and be cautious on the things that we are doing. And we have not asked ourselves, I don't know whether we are asking ourselves, on the cost that is associated with the transitioning from what we are having now vis-a-vis what is being promoted. I do not have the statistics with me, but I'm very sure that for every solar panel that is produced, or battery, or the amount of minerals that are required, the surface area that is required for a single battery is not small. This means that we are going to be opening up huge areas of land to access the minerals that are important in this EV, electrical dispensation. I know that you have lithium, cobalt, and the others which are important in the batteries. But what is the cost of accessing each of those minerals for the electrical energy systems that we want to have, both for public use and for private use in terms of the vehicles that we're using and the energies we're using at home? So that's a study that I would want government of Uganda, and I want to support what you said, Winnie, over-dependence of other people's minds to think for us. Can we, and I know our friends who are in the sector are not small brains, they are smart brains. Can we think for ourselves? Can we begin to think, to define the narrative for ourselves? Let's generate the reports and the studies by ourselves. We may invite our brothers to contribute, but let the main core knowledge development be driven by us, because yes, they have an interest in helping us develop our energy, but remember that they are not here for charity, they are here to make money. So their first driver here is they have come to make money. The second driver is they want to take control of the market, right? So can we also not be the kind of, I think there was on social media, some kind of cartoon where an African was squatting on top of a ground. I don't know how many people saw that. There were minerals under the ground, and there was a spade next to them, and the caption on the picture was saying that they are waiting for foreigners to come and foreign direct investment to come and help them extract the minerals. Even the minerals they can pick up with a spade. When I go to Moroto, the artisans I see don't have those gadgets to extract gold. They actually extract gold using artisan technologies. And I believe now they are going to be the main source of our gold reserve in Uganda. That Bank of Uganda is beginning to Sekatawa, you opened up a can of worms. For me, when you ask me to speak, I'll speak without stopping.
Yeah.
But I take note of that. I went deep into the discussion and lost track that you are going to guide us in that. But I'll come back to the questions that you raised. They are very passionate for me. And I think I'll give you my best answer. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, I actually want you to, and thank you for that, but in terms of structures now, with these disagreements and alternative views, what do you think are the best structures where industry, government, and the CSOs can work together to make sure that at least there is what is called a bare minimum? Because in many countries, there is a bare minimum, a national minimum. For example, when this energy transition debate was going on, there was a war in Ukraine and Russia, and you see all the Western countries, they considered energy security a bare minimum, not negotiable. They all went back and said we need energy security, and therefore in whatever forum you will go in, whether they are bankers, you will see the change in tone. So how can we generate a bare minimum for a country using the structures? I indicated there is EITI, but you are, as a founder of this CSO coalition, what would you advise? I think I would want to pick your mind on that aspect before I ask the audience to ask a few questions.
I am a member of the EITI, multi-stakeholder group, together with Winnie, Onesimus, and I think those who are here could stand up for recognition. The EITI, please stand up just for a few minutes so that you can see you. It's not a small group, and for me that is a structure that has turned tables. So in fact, at one of our meetings, our EITI meeting, I made a proposal that let our EITI framework not just be a framework for reporting on the standards which were developed by our brothers out there, standards that we have committed to be part of because we think they are useful standards, but we didn't have much contribution towards the generation of those standards. Can we use those standards and even find a way of domesticating them to make them more user-friendly for Uganda?
Okay.
Can we use the EITA framework to establish it more as a think tank for Uganda? Because I don't know whether we have a think tank in Uganda. I know ministries, MDAs meet together, discuss, but you don't have the alternative thought on the same table.
Okay,
Can we have that?
Okay. I think, thank you, Dr. Bazira. I think it is more to strengthen the EITI framework, if I can hear you well. Maybe
And if you can have it also, Ali,
but now,
sorry to interrupt you, but if you can have the EITI framework also copied to the other sectors,
yes.
I think for me that would be powerful for this country.
Okay, thank you. So Anita and team, I'm going to open up this discussion. They have given me some few extra minutes to ask the panel. Let's be polite and be firm in what we are asking and precise. You say your name, the organization, and one question. So that, and to whom you probably want, the person you want to answer the question.
Thank you so much. My name is Maureen Tuchirize. I'm from Climate Impact Initiative Uganda. And as a climate activist, I really appreciate this. It has reshaped my thinking towards fossil fuels and ECOP. Like he says, and my question goes to him, I think you, as the government or as CSOs, we need to engage more youth in mostly climate change activists, because actually they have wrong information. We have wrong information. we forget that these two have to coexist to bring about development. So as I was asking, how can the civil society organizations best support and advocate for a sustainable energy transition in Uganda? I think this can be best tackled by engaging these climate change activists to realize that these two have to coexist because like the morning speakers said, if more energy consumption means more development. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let's be brief to the point, please, because we have many hands.
Is it okay to respond?
Yes, please. No. We shall answer at once. Let them ask maybe 5 questions, then yes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Patrick Edema, and I work with the African Institute for Energy Governance, AFIEGO, a civil society organization that influences energy policies that benefit the poor and the vulnerable. I also joined my colleague, of course. I've seen and I've read about the energy transition plan, but my worry is most of the people that are affected by the energy transition plan, these are rural community members, the women down there, and the youth who are affected by the use of firewood, and they experience the respiratory diseases and so forth. But when we sit here at the high-level discussion, I don't see these communities being involved in these discussions. How do we simplify this energy transition plan, a document of 150 pages, so that these communities, the women down there, can understand what the energy transition means? Secondly, as a country, I think the energy transition should start now. If you say that the issue is energy security, the lack of access to energy, as of now, the country has surplus electricity. And at peak, the consumption is just around 900 megawatts out of the 1,000 and plus megawatts. And it's we, the government, or the taxpayers' monies, who take the burden that we have to pay for this deemed power that we have and not used. So what should we do as government? We need to reduce the power tariffs. For us to stop the charcoal burning out there, we have to reduce the power tariffs so that even us, we can use this electricity for cooking. Yesterday I bought electricity at 4,000, they gave me 4 units. You can imagine. How can I use 4 units to cook my beans out in my home? Thirdly, the policies. I think we also need to look at the policies. That's why I have an issue with the EITI. Yes, it's a good initiative, but it's not a binding principle. If you can look at developing a policy to enable the EITI work. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, let's not submit. Let's ask questions and give opportunity to others. Okay, you can submit, but briefly.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Irene Namase from the NGO Bureau. I would like to, my question goes to Total E&P. From the look of things, we cannot deny the critical role that the third sector plays in advancing sustainable change and achievement of the SDGs. I would like to know what are you doing to empower these NGOs and CBOs in the Tilenga area to be able to push for some of these things concerning this change? Because when I look at our statistics as the Bureau, we have very few NGOs around the Albertine region that are into the thematic areas of energy, environment, oil and gas. So what role are you playing to empower some of these NGOs? That is my question. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. One more question. Okay. I can have 2 more so that we answer those 5 first, then we can come back.
Thank you. I'm Imam Mugisha. I'm a concerned citizen. Wow. My question goes to Total.
Mugisha?
Imam.
Imam, okay.
The other week we are rather the other month, we are meeting Total investors. And one of the questions that came up was a big misinformation gap, a rather information gap between Total Paris and Total Uganda. What is informing that gap? Then secondly, Mr. Mbazila, you raised a very good question, the issue of Afrocentric energy transition. We as Africa thinking for ourselves, developing a narrative for ourselves. I want to consult from the PS, how many, rather from this room, and should go to the PS, how many of us in this room were consulted while developing the energy transition plan that was launched last year at COP28?
Thank you. One more question, then we answer those 5. We can come back, if we are granted more time by the organizer.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Edward Natamba, and I'm the General Secretary for Cisco. I'm much concerned on the local government component, because as we talk about energy transition and many other programs of government, I think we need to take care of local governments. I don't know at what level Total is engaging local governments, because many programs are there. I'm based in Ntungamo, and government is putting in a lot of money. So I don't know how you are bringing into this component into the programs of government where citizens, local citizens are engaged. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So let's first have those ones answered. We shall start with Total. Then we shall ask Director Joseph. PS said Joseph handles the questions that relate to the PS and the ministry. And then we shall go to Dr. Bazira, I think. Thank you. And also the answers should be brief so that we can get more questions.
Thank you very much for question and submission. I have 3 topics raised in the few questions for Total Energy specifically. If I miss one, just please, Ali, help me. First one, my understanding of your question was what is our plan, or what do we intend to do to empower more NGO in the Albertan region? Is that to help? Allow me to invite Petronila to stand up so you can see her. Petronila is working on our NGO department. So please, any NGO in the room, I'm sure that you had the chance before to meet Petronila, because you have regular engagement several times a year with our NGO department. Thank you very much, Petronila. So I invite you to network with her if you have not been in contact with her. You can see also that we have a lot of communication through our Let's Talk bulletin and the community newsletters that are reaching all the communities. So sincerely, if you are on the ground in the Albertan region, you should have access to all this information. And we have also on site our community liaison officer that are very active to all communities in Bulisa and Oya. And in addition to that, we have a public relations team who is in contact with all local leaders and for any stakeholders that might be elected people, that might be government organization, might be NGOs in Masindi, in Oima, in Nebi, in Pakwash, Anaka, Gulu, etc. So our presence on site is quite intense beyond the operational of the day-to-day. So I hope that you have the chance to have contact with these people, and we are organizing in the communities, in each district, conference, exchanges, etc., on which you can approach people. So that would be my answer to the first point. Several associations and NGO are working with us to implement programs, so we are supporting them. And if you have ideas, you are more than welcome to come and talk to Petronella so we can review it. And of course, if it fits with what is plan and so to the development, we will support you. The second one is a question on the discrepancy between, I would say, the perception from Paris and the perception from Uganda. Just one clarification, is it a question of internally Total Energy or between the Paris or French society and the Ugandan society? Because from Total Energy perspective, I can be very direct. There is no discrepancy between what Paris is thinking and what we are thinking on site. So just for clarification. And if it is not for Total Energy, but Ugandan society and French society, the question is not for me. Just a clarification. I think the question was coming from here. You are smiling. I can see you. Can you stand up and clarify your question, please?
My question was very clear. Last month we are meeting.
Yeah, but I'm French, so sometimes I don't understand very well. So please repeat, I'm listening.
Okay, we are meeting investors from France. And that most of work done here by Total EP here in Uganda, there is no disclosure up to Total France. So there is that information gap because, it may inform what is going on. If you see the so-called Stop ECOP, I know, as Secretary, you have a question of conserving poverty vis-a-vis conserving environment, but the so-called Stop ECOP campaign, if you see it, maybe that could be the one raising, those issues. The information gap, Total France and Total Uganda. Why is it that there is that information gap?
So I understand that you consider that we have an information gap between Uganda and France, Total Energy. Yeah, but I'm saying it is absolutely false. I mean, we received several executive committee members. We receive in the country investors. We received from Total Energy. We have received even the board of Total Energy. Over the past 2.5 years, we welcome on site more than 3,500 visitors on site. We have 3 external visits per week on site. Documentation is all accessible and public on our website. Beyond that, we have a human rights report published yearly. We have a social report published yearly. We have all the activity report. So I fear that the facts are not so real. What I can tell you is that most of the people, when we are welcoming in the region of development, international media, or investors, or delegation of ESG representative, they came, it's true, with some information coming from the newspaper. Most of the time, they didn't take the time to look at what Total Energy has made public as information. Everything is public. And when they come on site and they meet with the communities, they meet with the teams, they meet and they listen the challenge and what is implemented, most of the time they go back to France with a very balanced mindset on the activity, and they are, I would say, positive and supportive.
Okay,
So,
thank you for that. And just for information, on all our tables, there is the Tilenga Human Rights Report and the Annual CSO Report. And probably it could also answer the question from our colleague from the NGO board on what is being done in collaboration with the NGOs, because it reports how many engagements and activities have been done by the company. So you could also take benefit of those two reports. Briefly, Dr. Bazira, and then briefly, Dr. Kobusheshe on those two questions so that we go back to the audience. Very briefly.
Well, I think for me it was more of a comment, but this is a message to my colleagues who are campaigning for climate change. Climate change, especially in Africa, our NGOs are approaching it from the science aspect, and we are pushing that science argument so much. And we forget that climate change is now a business. So there are opportunities in climate change that we should be looking at. For example, carbon trading. Carbon trade is one of those frameworks that is being used as a framework to mitigate the impacts of climate change. How much money are Ugandans getting out of it? If you look at the landscape of the carbon trade, it's mainly dominated by foreign entities. So the energy transition is not a transition for the sake of it. It's a transition that presents opportunities, and as a country and as a people, we should be looking at those opportunities and taking advantage of those opportunities.
Thank you, Doctor, for that wisdom. The energy transition is a business opportunity, in short. And we should also take advantage. And I was at COP28. I saw how much money the world is putting into this whole discussion. And I agree with the doctor that we should really make sure that we take advantage of that opportunity, because it's probably one of the most funded campaigns now in the world. Dr. Joseph, comment briefly on the consultations for the energy transition, why you did not consult the local people, and also why you did not consult the local governments and why they are not here. Now you are speaking as acting PS.
Thank you, MC. My understanding of a consultation, it is a process, it is continuous. Today's theme, which is right there on the screen, is on building consensus on Uganda's energy transition plan. So everyone in this room is being consulted on Uganda's energy transition plan. Everybody in this room, this provides an opportunity for consultation on the plan. Now, going back to the initial plan that was launched, yes, it was a consultative process. I'm not sure I want to ask those who were consulted in this room to raise hands, but if I did so, I'm sure it would not be all, but it would be some hands that would indeed confirm that this was a consultative process undertaken in collaboration with the International Energy Agency, which is one of the leading international agencies in aspects or expertise of the energy sector. So in brief, this is a continuous process of consultation. Any views, any positive contributions to this transition plan are still welcome, even today here where we are.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to allow 5 more questions and then we end the session. I've been allowed an extra 15 minutes. Please be brief and to the point.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My question is to the Minister, rather the PS. I understand the PS is represented here. She has indicated how, according to the Energy Transition Plan, the money from oil revenues will be invested in cleaner energy. And indeed, she highlighted how money for Karuma was from the oil revenues. And I was wondering whether it would be in the interest of government to structure that arrangement so that Ugandans can know how much money from the oil industry will be used for cleaner energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bashir. Please do gender and age balance. We don't want very old people only talking.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Nahamia Brian. I work with Hoima Caritas Development Organization. What we are discussing here, of recent we did a baseline that involved 216 people, and 85.6 of them did not know about energy transition or transition to renewable energy. So Ari, you mentioned that which structures do we use? We need to start with the community members, then move to those traditional structures that we have been having. That's how even mankind evolved. That's how we shall be able to move in the energy sector. But also, if there is a possibility, we realize that companies are doing more within the sites. If there is a possibility to establish model villages in those districts of Burisa, Hoima, to show how the transition can move in a justifiable process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nahamia. And thank you for the online work you're doing.
Thank you for being gender sensitive. Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity. My name is Josephine Kalege Kusemilera. I'm from Uganda Local Government Association, ULGA. I want to appreciate you for organizing this conference. My concern, ULGA is the voice of local governments, and someone has talked about the consultations going on. They've taken place, but mine is a call to you that yes, as we appreciate the consultation having taken place, now that even you have the plan in place, we need to do more for the local governments because they are the implementers of this plan. And all the activities, all the projects that are being done are within the local governments. So if you look around, I don't know, I was not part of the introductions. I don't know whether they are, apart from the invitation to ULGA, whether there are local governments within even where these programs are taking place to build more awareness, to own the project, and also to be able to implement this program effectively and efficiently for the benefit of the local people. So let's embrace the local governments in all these programs to ensure that they are on board. When we talk about local governments, we know the structures from the district and the lower local governments. They need to be on board for the good of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Two more questions, or three. I see 3, 4 hands. Okay. Is that a joke? Yes, also take to a joke. To represent the senior citizens.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Kwose Simon Peter. I'm from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, working with the Legal and Corporate Directorate. So Mr. Ali is my boss, and I'm still a student. I'm not a director or a manager. I'm going to first make a small submission to what Mr. Bazira stated. He talked about the investors not being charity funders, which is true, because in the PSA, they have some recoverable costs. The PSA is available online. Everyone can look at it. So they have not really come for charity. Then he talked about the gradual process of the transition, which is, I believe it's provided for in the various upstream and downstream laws. Then I wanted to ask him a question. He talks about other alternatives rather than the foreign investors who have not come for charity. Having gone for further studies, he would have other alternatives that he would suggest. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think the student meant the model PSA, but the question can be answered by Bazira. I think which alternatives basically is asking. Let's have another. Yes, we have two questions there.
Good afternoon. My name is John Oprot. I was given an honor to represent Victoria University. I'm also a student there pursuing oil and gas management course. People have talked about LPG, but I haven't heard anything about when it comes to safety. Where I come from, our village, my mom was, actually she has that disease she's going through because of using wood, because of the smoke and so on. So for us, we tried to give her this option of using LPG gases, but she mentioned something of like a bomb. Where I come from, villagers there, if you talk anything about LPG gases, for them they will only mention that they rather use firewood but an option of gas, that is a bomb. So for them they fear. So I would like to know from Total, is there any initiative you've started when it comes to local communities to actually make sure they are updated on the safety ways of operations when it comes to LPG?
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, let's be brief. That question could have been paraphrased. Are there any safety procedures for LPG? And I'm talking to you as a teacher now. You're a student. Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. John Odiek from the New Vision. I would like to ask the civil society. There's been a mention about what plans could we have for people dealing in charcoal, firewood, the producers, the traders. We seem to have forgotten about them. Even then, these fuel dealers, when we are going to start producing our own oil, I think they are going to face a sort of transition. Remember, Dangote has just said that people were fighting him producing oil in Nigeria because they like to import. I'm also a bit worried that civil society now seems to be very close to the government, and they are not likely to answer this question of how do we help people transition from charcoal firewood. If they are not getting close anyway, I hope that these people can be helped, because very many school fees are being paid using the income from charcoal, fuel trading, things like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think that Winnie will answer it. Winnie, are you so close to government that you can no longer objectively give an alternative view? Okay, two more questions, then we can wrap up with the answers.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Christopher Opio, and I come from Chakaboga Resettlement, which is in Hoima. So my question is from the community. I was displaced by the oil refinery project. So my question goes to Total and the PS. So if there are people who do not want the export crude pipeline, why are you not investing money in the refinery that displaced me? Because even up there, I don't see refinery. The talks have always been crude oil pipeline.
Okay.
So I think we have the market, because I know I've engaged with some people from Petroleum Authority, and they have always said we do not have enough market, about 30,000 barrels that we take on a day as Uganda. But we can export the refined oil. We can export to East Africa alone, but also to Africa. So as we talk about energy transition, let's initiate the narrative as Africans, as Ugandans, So for me, I'm here to demand for the refinery. When is that refinery going to be built?
Thank you, Opio.
And we export our refined oil than the crude one and miss on the petrochemical products that the PS talked about.
Thank you. Mr. Guavalda, why aren't you building a refinery? I think that's in short, you should have said it like that. Okay, so that is the last question. Then we shall go to manage the answers.
Thank you so much. My name is Joy Akweli, and I work with Global Rights Alert. So while the permanent secretary was submitting, she mentioned that about all the different plans that we have as a country, briefly took us through the energy transition plan, and also mentioned that no oil, no revenue, no development. So for me, what I get from that is that we are going to need this oil in order to finance and facilitate our energy transition plan. And I have had the opportunity to look at the energy transition plan, which I must say is very ambitious. And the question that I keep asking myself is how we are going to be able to finance that without overly relying on our oil. So to all the industry players, I do not know who the right person is that is going to respond to this, is how can we as a country, as a continent, attract whether national, regional, international investment and finance in order to be able to facilitate or finance our energy transition goals. And then the second is the question on alternatives. While I was coming here and we are very expectant that we're going to hear about the energy transition. I imagine a transition is something that is slow but sure, steady from one step to the next. Just the way we move from baby class to middle to top, and here we are. But hearing that, yes, currently as a country, largely we are depending on biomass, and then the next alternative seems to be us jumping over to LPG. Are we really talking and being sincere and factoring in what we are calling a just and fair energy transition? Such a transition from biomass to gas, does that actually factor in the socioeconomic realities of an ordinary Ugandan, an ordinary woman and child, just as the PS mentioned that, when it comes to issues of energy, the people that will be affected the most are the women and the children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Due to public demand, there is one last question. I'm told it is very hot, so make sure the mic is cold.
I'd already given up. I'd even forgotten what I was going to ask. But I think for me, the issue I wanted to raise is whether Total has got specific advice on how the proposed alternatives can be affordable and accessible. Because I had Comrade Ali, I had the minister say that actually she uses gas to cook ruombo. I'm just imagining whether my mother from Rutete in Kagadi Deep there can actually manage the gas.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering that I think then the second question probably to them is, could Total, you have been, and I think it also goes back to us, the civil society. Total, you have been our partners as Uganda. What do you think we are not doing well? That you think if we did, and be honest, this time around don't bring in the business perspective. Bring in the mutual, the social kind of social support, as citizens, French and Ugandans being friends. What is it that actually, as Uganda, we have not done well, or we are not doing well, that is likely actually to hinder our energy transition plan? And the same question goes to our colleagues in civil society. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think let's entertain these ones. I think I will start with those last two. One is Total, why aren't you building a refinery? And two, what advice can you give Ugandans? One, the gentleman who was asking about the LPG gas, that it can burst and be a bomb, or is there any parting shots And this is your even closing remark. You give to Ugandans in respect to the industry, and why you think that they can do better. In a few words, thank you. As a friend of the country.
So as we are inclusive and on the diversity, you can see we are James and me, a Ugandan and a French here. So I will give on some question, I will give my French point of view, as you are asking a personal point of view. LPG. LPG is widely used in all the world. And it's true that in some region of the world, there is still a low level of usage. If you look the KPI of LPG in Africa, it's in average is 5 kilograms of LPG per capita per year. Uganda stands at 0.3. Kenya is at 5. Tanzania, Rwanda, they are at 2.5, 2.6 kilograms. So it is true that we can imagine that with this very low level of usage of LPG in Uganda, a lot of communities, a lot of people have question, have fear to use the LPG. So it is, I would say, an obligation to give a bit of education on what it is, how it works. On our side, Total Energy, we have a platform, a sustainable platform, on which we are asking our colleagues everywhere in the world if they want to participate to a sustainable mission. And the pilot one was LPG for communities. And we had people from Total Energy, but working everywhere in the world, that collectively propose some solution and even went on a mission in Uganda, went to the Bulisa communities to make demonstration with the chapati makers. And so one of the targets that this team bring to the executive committee was, to promote LPG in communities, maybe we can start with the chapati makers to involve some of them and to bring this LPG usage as a domestic usage, classical usage. So just to answer to you, and yes, we need to talk about the fear of explosion, but we also need to talk about the health between charcoal and LPG, which is better. We need to explain how it is usable. If you take the Bulisa district, if you went there, you will see that the service station from Total Energy is proposing solar panels, is proposing LPG and diesel and the classical things. So I hope that through all these means, we will manage also to reach the community in Bulisa. We are working in the Bulisa district and Oya district mainly, a bit in Hoima, Masindi, etc. But so compared to the full Uganda, our impact is relatively restrictive. So it is true that there is an ambition that we can listen from the government of Uganda to move towards this LPG, and they are engaging a lot of action, a lot of communication, and tangible action also. So I'm sure that this LPG transition will come on the way, but there is challenge in front of us to be covered. The second question was,
why aren't you building a refinery? Mr. Opio I know him, he's a refinery pap. He's saying he was relocated, but he doesn't see you building a refinery, and he loves you very much. So he says, build the refinery.
We understand very well the request from His Excellency to have a refinery in the country. And when you will start to produce oil, it's very important that somehow you have also self-sustainability on the oil product, petroleum product associated to that. So I think even our CEO mentioned to your president that we will be supportive of the refinery. For the moment, we are in the discussion on the crude supply agreement for the refinery, but we are not yet in the refinery. So I need to leave the microphone about the refinery strategy to the people that are in charge of the refinery in Uganda, which is not Total Energy today.
Okay, thank you. I will ask Winnie.
Wait, there was a question on advice.
Yes, advice.
Clean the plastics. Okay? We are in a society where we are using plastic, so I cannot tell you to not use plastic. It is not true. We are using plastics. But at least we can make sure that they are collected, recycled, and not drop in the nature like we can see very often in France, in Germany, in the United States, in Uganda, but also in plenty other countries. Okay? So my advice, take the leadership, clean your plastics. And that's the message I'm passing to Bulisa district leaders also each time I'm passing by. Imagine we are driving through Bulisa district, we are with investors. If they see the ground covered with plastic bottles, what do you think they will think? They will think these people don't care of their land. So how they will care of my money? So do I want to invest in that land if the people living on that land doesn't care about their land? No.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Basically, Jean is saying, clean, be clean. Can you imagine? And that one, don't say to Agala government to Yambe. So we shall ask Winnie to respond to a few, actually all the issues that were addressed to the NGO CSOs.
Thank you. But before I answer those questions, I just wanted to speak to Irene, my regulator from the NGO Bureau. That Irene, you cannot be asking oil companies to organize NGOs. Otherwise, we are creating Congos. You know, Congos, company organized non-government organizations. So if we are to have an independent voice, then we must be asking Cisco and the NGO Bureau what they are doing to make sure that we have an independent, strong, robust NGO sector in Uganda. I thought that should be clear. I also want to talk about the question on what NGOs are doing and whether we are in bed with government. So I'll just give you one of the things that NGOs are doing. If you went to Chukube today, you're going to find a group of people that have a campaign supported by NGOs on cut 1 tree, plant 5 trees. And that is one way of supporting communities to make sure that they do not worsen the climate change crisis that we already have. Practical on the ground. Every 1 tree you cut, you have to plant 5. You can go and verify that. There are also efforts in, training women and men in making briquettes, for example. There are also efforts and partnerships with private sector in accessing loans and other resources needed for cleaner energy. But also when we come to discussions like this, and we are critiquing the energy transition plan, and we are critiquing government investments, we are also contributing to the development of the country. There are different ways through which NGOs engage, and we come with our diversity. Some will approach conversations table on table. Others will do research. Others will go on the street. Others will do whatever means they have. Will use whatever means they have. You will not see us criticizing each other for engaging the way we engage, because we are aware that in our diversity, we bring in more information, more advice, more expertise, and inform our country better. So being in bed with government, I think it would be a wrong term to use. I think we should ask ourselves, have we contributed anything positive to the development of this country?
Okay.
Yes.
Then I think the other question was, in your view, how can the energy transition plan from a CSO perspective be financed practically? And I will give you 30 seconds.
We know that the private sector has money to finance development. But we also know that government can raise money. I think a public-private partnerships is a way to go in financing energy transition. Because for any of the products that we use, whether it's solar panels, whether it's gas, whether it's whatever it is, it's costly to invest in as a government alone. So public-private partnership is going to be key. The other way that we also have to look at it is how do communities afford the technologies that we need to transition. So we don't look at energy transition in isolation. My colleague on the from the NPA talked about the development, the plan. So the energy sector, agriculture, industrialization, tourism, they are all part of making us to have money to be able to transit. And I think we should look at it from that angle, that my mother should have money to buy a sigiri, to buy briquettes, to buy a solar panel, to pay for yaka.
Okay.
If we don't address those fundamental questions and needs, then we're going to have energy transition campaigns that hangs in banners and does not translate into real life change that we seek.
Okay. For Dr. Bazira, I think you can answer the New Vision question. Where does your transition leave the people who are charcoal traders and so on, who are actually in this business as is? I think that was a New Vision question. You don't seem to be looking at the people who would be left behind by the energy transition discussion. And then I can end up with the PS, with the 2 questions, and then we wrap up.
Thank you, Ali. I think for me, it's not people being left behind. I made a statement that climate change is an opportunity. Other people have already made business and are making business out of the climate change discussion.
I think he's saying it is an elitist opportunity. The actual other people who were trading and doing all these small things would ideally be, that's the gap.
That's where I'm coming. That's where I'm coming. And there's going to be a shift. You all know that there are farmers who are signing contracts for carbon trade, and especially in very many places, to protect forests for the next 30 years. And they are being paid 8,000 shillings for every metric ton of carbon. And for me,
they are selling air.
They are actually, let me complete. The market price for carbon ranges from $8 to $85 per metric ton of carbon. But the people who have entered the business on the international end, who are now the middlemen, including international NGOs, are coming here and asking us to sign off our forests for the next 30 years for 8,000 Uganda shillings. For me, that is where the opportunity is.
Okay.
So, and I want to add something on the energy transition about financing. That's carbon trading is one area you can actually pick up money by making sure that we get value for the carbon that we are holding for them. The other one is, can we take off a very small levy directly from the environmental levy or the road fund or whatever, and take it specifically to address energy transition? You have the energy fund. Can we have that money removed from maybe the vehicles or something else? The other one is, can we promote domestic direct investment? Because we have the mindset of foreign direct investment as if it is the one silver bullet that is going to develop Uganda. Uganda will be developed by Ugandans, not foreigners.
Thank you. And lastly, the PS on those 2 questions so that we can come to the end of this very lively panel.
3 questions, actually, because the one on the loss of livelihoods as a result of the energy transition. This is something that is actually addressed in the 156-page energy transition plan that you referred to. And I think here as government, as CSOs, we have a very important role of creating awareness, of informing our people with the right information. The most developed countries in the world have no single charcoal dealer in those countries. And these are the same countries that have the lowest unemployment rates. So, if the oil and gas sector is going to phase out the charcoal business with all its disadvantages of deforestation, the respiratory diseases that have been, let's embrace the technology and take that on. Because there are going to be a lot more better opportunities created as a result of that. The charcoal dealer can now deal in the gas cylinders that were talked about. The charcoal dealers can seize the other very many opportunities that are going to be created as a result of the oil and gas sector, because the current analysis that has been made shows that for roughly every dollar invested in the oil and gas sector, there is an associated benefit of about $6 to $8 billion in terms of economic linkages with other sectors of the economy. So these people will have opportunities created in agriculture, will have created the opportunities created in tourism, in education, and so forth. And these opportunities will be there for these people to now take up if there is any loss of livelihoods from the charcoal dealers, the truck drivers that were mentioned. Those can still drive our own fuel and so forth. So all these aspects, even the stranded assets and so forth, are mentioned in the energy transition plan. The other question was how much money, how much of the oil money is going to be invested in clean energy. Now, one of the benefits or the privileged position that we as a country have experienced is that the big things happening now in the oil and gas sector have happened at a time when all the relevant policy and regulations and laws and so forth are in place. And one of those is how petroleum revenue is going to be utilized, which is clearly spelled out in the Public Finance Management Act of 2015. And oil revenue is mainly earmarked for infrastructure projects and for investments. For investments, there is an investment committee that looks into where best the revenue from petroleum can be invested to get the best returns. And then in terms of infrastructure projects through budget support, again, it goes through the processes of parliament and so forth. So I cannot sit here and say so much is going to be invested in cleaner energy or smart technologies, but the processes are there to determine how these investments, how the revenue from the oil can be invested. And then the last question, again, which has been partly answered, is I think the one relating with the refinery. Someone there who asked about the refinery. The plans for the refinery are very much on, and they are on track. Maybe the question is you are not seeing visibility on ground to the same level like we see in the upstream projects that were mentioned by Mr. Opio there, but also the ECOP activities. But the refinery plans, the plans for a 60,000 barrel per day refinery are in place. Government has already acquired the land. The front-end engineering design for the refinery has been completed. The environment and social impact assessment was completed. You are told about the key agreements that are currently under discussion. So the plans are on. They are on course, maybe a little bit behind the other flagship projects that have been mentioned. I think that is it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So can we give a round of applause to So, colleagues, I think we come to the end of our session, and I think we have an irreducible minimum. So for those who think we should leave our crude underground because of this energy transition debate, please put up your hands. So there is a common agreement. Those who think we should develop, decarbonize, eradicate poverty, and transition, please put up your hands. And develop sustainably. I think you've done a good job. The panel, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we have earned our lunch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ali and team. Dr. Bazira, please hold back. We have a photo session, and there are some gifts for the panel, and you can imagine the panel set up a very good pace. The photo session and then the gifts get closed. I would like to request Dr. Kobshesh. I'm sorry, Doctor, you've been over-targeted, to give out the gifts to the panelists and the moderator. The photo first. Sorry, I need to, Jonan, please come. You were the starting point of this session, much as, Sorry, Jonan gave a good starter. Thank you. So the gifts, please.
Do we need to disclose?
Not here. That's Nicholas. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. We are heading out for lunch. You pick. Doctor, you got. We've got, we're supposed to have gone for lunch at 1:30. It's 1:45. So we shall be having lunch for 30 minutes. And lunch is served in the basement. We just get out, go below the next level, to the next level below, and then underneath that, the basement. That's how I can explain it. Let's be back here at 2:15. Thank you so very much. And I think all the coupons have been issued accordingly. Those who are yet to get coupons, please check out what it says, oh, there's Sandra, says people without coupons, please. That would be very important. Thank you so much. We return at 2:15. 30 minutes. Thank you. Okay, the hotel indicated that items are secure, but be sure you might underestimate the situation. Although the hotel committed security, but please be sure that the security is proper security. So don't take certain things for granted.
leaders of NGO sector now know what is going on.
Several other roundtable engagements have been carried out in Hoima District and Kampala to facilitate transparent communication and foster enhanced understanding and collaboration between non-governmental bodies.
Total set up an NGO coordination department to help bridge the gap between the company so that there is improved communication, there is sharing of information, and working together towards concerns that arise from the operations of the company.
Total Energies has organized several field visits, firstly with the civil society coordinator.
Here, and always sessions after lunch are very strong ones. That's the word I will use. So we've got an equally strong team that's going to be with us just after lunch, and we shall run for the next sometime, I think, as we shall see, so that we can discuss other aspects regarding the theme of the day and also getting perspectives of different stakeholders. So I'd like to invite Paul Twebaze. Paul is a senior fellow at Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment. He's the one who is going to take us through the next session as a moderator, and he has a team that he will be doing that together with. Paul, you're most welcome. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Didas. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. The previous moderators were indicating that they had simple tasks. But I think for me, my work is not simple. I realize that moderating a session in the afternoon, when I am competing with the processes of, I want to go into that science, I know it is a hard task. But I request that we keep vigilant. We do not sleep. I want to be as open as possible. We should not sleep in this what? In this session. Okay, we should not think about national issues, to be polite. I have a team of experienced members that I will be inviting here to take us through this session, and this session is major about participation. So we want to participate. We want to concentrate, participate, debate, share experiences, and learn from each other. So I expect the utmost level of participation. I would like to invite the following members. With your permission, allow me to invite Dr. Moses Insoba from the NGO Forum. One of these days they will invite you. They will invite you and you receive that. You're welcome, Doctor. Allow me to invite my colleague, Dr. Paul Bagabo, from the Natural Resources Governance Institute. I have Mr. David Biaruhanga, who is from the SINOC. I don't see Biaruhanga. Biaruhanga was coming from a little bit far. Please, let's welcome him. With me, let's welcome Mr. John Bosco Habamugisha. That is still not sufficient for the deputy manager of ECOP. He's also called Mr. Pipeline. Some of you don't know that, and he's happy with that name. I have an extended panel. I have also Honorable Jacob Eyeru, who is a youth representative. He's the chairman, National Youth Council. So is the club according to age, title, size? Then Mr. Gilbert Kamuntu, Chief Commercial Officer, Enoch. You know, when you have an extended panel, sometimes I know the audience gets tired of clapping. I know that, so don't worry, next time we'll have a shorter one so that you clap less. Colleagues, you have been following the discussion during the day. There were a number of perspectives here, and when the session was concluding, my colleague Ari Sekatawa asked one question: whether we have reached consensus on whether we should develop the oil and gas resources from the ground or whether we should leave them in the ground. He had only two choices: those who are in support that it remains in the ground, and those who believe it should be developed. Surprisingly, there wasn't a third choice. And the third choice should have been those who are none of the two. The ones who are nowhere. And for me, that is where my interest is this evening, so that we can even be able to change those ones to one of the sides. And at that time, we will have ended the debate successfully. So, colleagues, I have simple questions for you. And I want to start from Dr. Moses. Dr. Moses is from the NGO Forum. You have been seeing what is happening in Uganda, and one of the reasons why actually our validation report for EITI this year, one of the reasons why we scored 78% is because partly we have some civil society space issues, and therefore we could not get 100%. So I want you to speak to that context. What are those key issues you think could affect the civil society participation in the energy transition agenda?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Moses Isoba. Let me start perhaps with a caveat here, reflecting on the question that you said was a debate, whether we should leave the oil under the ground or we should bring it up. I think there is a minimum consensus has already been arrived in this country that we all need development. And that is not a question under contestation, but it's a question of how the development is done. I think that is what we need to be asking about. I think really the thing about, we scored 70 because there were civic space issues and we could have scored 100 if civil society was engaged differently. I think it's also something that needs to be debunked. And there are aspects of civil society that need to be addressed if we're going to have meaningful development. Civil society in this country is a sector which is loved and hated in equal measure. It is loved during the night and hated during the day. It's a sector which is lionized in different spaces, but also vilified in equal measure. But I think there's also a general consensus that civil society plays a critical role and is very pivotal in any development. Whether we're talking about oil and gas, whatever sector of development you talk about, is actually important that we involve civil society. So let me address myself to the question around civic space that you are actually making reference to. I think one is the concept of civic space is providing an enabling environment that allows civil society organizations in their different formations to be able to do their work unrestrained. In this country, civil society organizations are under regulation by the regulator, which is the NGO Bureau. I hope they're in the room or they are here in the morning. You know, if you're dealing with a sector like civil society, which is multi-layered, which is diverse, and quite heterogeneous, you definitely need to regulate it. If I became the president in 2026, I won't say tomorrow, I would actually want to regulate the civil society sector. And nobody is against regulation. But I think what creates issues of civic space is when it's not about regulation, it's not about creating an enabling environment, but it's actually about control and caging. Civil society is a sector which is grossly regulated in this country. We're talking over a sector which has over 20 pieces of legislation to which we must abide by. So it's grossly regulated, heavily regulated, that you actually need a full-time staff to be able to ensure that there's compliancy. And nobody says we shouldn't comply, because we need to comply. We need to ensure that as a sector we are complying to the administrative and legislative requirements of the state. Even if you disagree with the law, it's important to be on the right side of what you may call a bad law than to be on the wrong side of a bad law. So I think what we see as constrained civic space is multiple negative narratives that get pervaded around against the civil society. And if you are in civil society, if you haven't been called a name yet, you'll actually get one soon. If you are good for nothing, you're an economic saboteur, you're a proposal writing outfits, and the list goes on and on and on. Now what that means, it discounts the value add of the sector. This is a sector which is very, very critical in the development of this country. And I think if you're going to be able to address aspects of civic space, what needs then to be toned down is the negative narrative against the sector and appreciating the NGO sector value that we bring onto the table. And just like anybody else, is that we do get resources from donors. And the last I checked as well, so government gets resources from development partners. But what happens usually is that civil society, because we do get resources from government, outside governments, we are erroneously branded to not be nationalistic enough. And yet we are nationalists. We are Ugandans. And we are Ugandans before we even become NGO workers. And the aspect of financing is important to address. The fact that, that space is shrinking. Now, what we do have, and as you may know, it's now an open secret, that what was the single largest funding mechanism for civil society organizations in this country was closed, the Democratic Governance Facility. And that meant that, NGOs that had perhaps been living in an intensive care, by closure of DGF, literally the oxygen was switched off. So what we see now are organizations that are crying of closure. And this time, it's not government closing us, we are closing ourselves. And I think what we're going to soon see, we're going to see a sector which is devoid of civil society organizations. And that really needs to be addressed. And equally important is always to understand that civil society, the last I checked, I think as of March, On the NGO Bureau Registry, we have 6,000 NGOs that are registered. And I mean, the number could have gone higher, could have gone lower, but most likely went up. And so we are talking of a sector which is heterogeneous. I think it's very important to appreciate in aspects of addressing civic space that NGOs in this country make a huge contribution to the economy of this country. But we are also not naive. Truth be told, that we know that amongst us, there could be organizations that are perhaps not doing good. And rather than doing a blanket that all civil societies are no good, it's important that we're able to appreciate those organizations that do important work, that improve the social indicators of our people, and are supporting government in all aspects. And as civil society organizations, through our own self-regulatory mechanism, we are doing our self-assessment, our peer assessment, and we are calling out those organizations which we think are not doing well. And that's why I say it's important that a minimum consensus is already is there, that development is critical for this country. We cannot live the way we lived in 1950. We're in 2024, and the actors that are going to be part of this development is not only going to be government, it's not going to be private sector, but it's also including civil society organizations in this country.
Thank you very much. I think it deserves, when you were listing the names of civil society, you reminded me one name. And I think you also know that every civil society member here is a mandazi eater. Do you remember that statement being made in the sector? Those who know.
Yeah, either you're a mandazi eater or you are accused of hobnobbing around with white people and taking tea.
The day we launched the final investment decision, the head of the state clarified and said, civil society, these are mandazi eaters. But of course, we will continue. We know that this marriage of convenience will at one time become a full-time marriage. It's a business of being together during the day and then at night we sleep in different beds. I know time will come and these things will actually end. I know we also have come from far. In 2011, I was arrested in Amuru. And for one reason, that they were not sure of my capacity to speak about matters of oil and gas. That was the offense. Them not being sure of my capacity to speak about issues of oil and gas was a problem now to me. But we have come from far. Now you see we sit with my OB Sekatawa and speak and agree. Let me come to Paul Wagabo. Paul Wagabo works with the Natural Resources Governance Institute. And this is a big NGO. So I don't want to ask him about issues of civil society space. I am interested in the relationship between the critical minerals and the just energy transition agenda. I know there is a whole section in our energy transition plan that talks about how we intend to utilize the critical minerals to be able to engineer the energy transition. Sometimes they are called critical minerals, sometimes the names keep changing. Paul Bagabo, how do you see Uganda's position in terms of leveraging on that, the critical minerals that we have, and whether you think they can facilitate the just energy transition that we envisage?
Thank you very much. I think Uganda is in a very good position right now because we have oil and we're sure we're going to make money out of it. And then we also have these critical minerals, or you can call them transitional minerals, that also exist. And hello? Okay. So I think we're in a very good position where we have both the oil, and many people are saying that the demand is going to go down, but we still have transition minerals where the demand is only going to rise. And I think that that position is going to put us into a very advantageous situation, not only as a country, but also within the region. And I think within the region, we're going to be a big players. But it's not enough to have it's not enough to have transitional minerals. They can only be useful to you if you can add value or sell them. And I think that there lies our challenge. That as a country, we need to make a decision what we want to do with these minerals. First and foremost, of course, we don't know how much we have under the ground. So we need to do a lot of work around quantifying the minerals. Then other people can tell us how much we're going to get out of it once we know the quantity. So I think that's the first big problem that the country has. Two, we've had experience about mineral development before, and the experience was not very good. And so the question is, should we treat transition minerals separately, or we should have one system for transition minerals together with? And remember that transition minerals occur together with the major minerals. So where you find copper, you find cobalt. Where you find gold, you find rare earth. So more than likely, these things occur together. The third problem is an issue of how do we negotiate, once we know the value, how are we going to negotiate good contracts? And when I say good contracts, it means negotiate contracts in a consultative manner, bearing into consideration that there are winners and losers. Even when you're exploring for these minerals, the people who live in the mineral-rich areas can suffer environmentally, but also these minerals occur in areas that are pristine. And so those are the challenges we have. Once we come over those challenges, then we need to decide what we want to do. And I can say that the past experience has not been very good. Our president has made directives about how we should treat these minerals. The problem is these directives never get into the legal framework, and that is a real big problem. So we need to translate these directives into law of some sort. Do you want to add value? Do you want to sell the ore? And I think the statements have been very clear. You can gain once you have added value, because when you do, you have backward and forward linkages. And so that's very clear. That's the only way we can gain. The challenge is that if you want to add value, as a country, we have some challenges. Infrastructure, electricity, and finance. And this is not the time to go through that. But so we have those challenges if we want to take the president's directive to the next stage. Also, and many people in the morning were asking, so this energy transition, is it slow? Is it fast? Where is it? What is it? And can the country slow it down or make it fast and so on? For many countries, they've decided that 2050 seems to look like the date when they'll have net zero. So how many years do we have? About 26. But remember, to move a mineral from exploration to a final product, a battery, would take you, exploration takes about 7 years, development another 5 years, setting up the industry, if you have money, another 6 years, and by then, we might have missed the bus. Because after 2050, more than likely, the demand for these minerals will not be as much. Everybody who would have developed the renewables would have developed the renewables. And so we don't have so much time as a country. So we need to decide what to do. One of the things would be to look for finance and add value. That helps us because of local content, but also we get more out of these minerals when they are developed. The other is actually partner at a regional level, so that we are working like with Kenya and Tanzania, and we do one part and they do another. so that then we have a final product, so that we have this regional arrangement in the development of the minerals. Of course, the worst case, which seems to be better in many cases, is that you just export the ore. Why? Because the level of competitiveness you need to add value is so high that the money you might get out of the mineral in the end might be very low compared to what you have to put in. And there are other countries that have developed better technologies of transforming these minerals and so on. So we are at crossroads. And the dilemma is big, but as a country, and I thank the government that now we're having this discussion. I think the next step should be to have consensus on what we actually want to do, given the challenges and the time factor for production and value addition for transition minerals. Maybe I'll stop here.
Yes, transfer the microphone. I'm going to keep the questions for you. When you say we are at crossroads, later time you will tell us those alternative ways. Let's listen to our colleague from SINOC. Since morning, we have been trying to answer quite a number of questions. You know, very many interesting questions. Transition from what? You heard people saying we need transition from firewood. But there are some people who don't even have the firewood. So those ones are transition from what? Because by the time someone moves 30 kilometers from his household, it means the firewood is also not there. So transition from what? So it tells us that the starting point is not even firewood. And then we have transition to where? We had some answers here. Others are saying we transit to gas. Others are saying transition is everywhere. Then we also have another question of who is transitioning? Who is transitioning? Who exactly is transitioning? All of us at the same time? A few of us transitioning faster? Who is transitioning? And how are we going to transition? So your debate or your contribution now, in line with the work of SINOC, I know your transitioning may not be as those transitioning from firewood. You are basically talking about changing the technologies from those that emit to lesser or greener technologies in the production of the carbon or the hydrocarbons. So we want to hear your experience. What is your transition agenda? What are you transitioning from to where, and what new technologies are you using? I am sorry if these questions are barbed wired questions. Yeah, you know, there are some barbed wired questions, that can prickle. But that's what we want to understand from your perspective as someone who is doing the actual development work.
Right. Thank you, moderator. And good afternoon, everyone. The moderator has really given me a lot of questions. I hope I will be able to address them. But as SINOC, of course, we operate the Kingfisher project, KFDA, and definitely we are aware that clean energy, which is the debate for today, the transition to clean energy, is really there for everyone. So in terms of transitioning, I think we have all of us to move together. First and foremost, our company mission at the moment, the vision, it's energy for the future. By energy for the future, we are all aware the energy for the future, everyone is supportive, is transition energy. But of course, it means by mere mention of the word transition, it means we are moving from a point X to point Y. So as a company, at the moment, we are also looking at transitioning And we have what we are dubbing the Green Oil Field project, whereby, first and foremost, we are looking at LPG production, that's the liquid petroleum gas, LPG. With LPG, already we have secured the license, and that was just recent in January 2024. But of course, the production can't start immediately for the fact that it is integrated in the whole project. You have to have the other facilities running to realize the LPG. And we have had a lot of talk here about LPG. The minister already confessed why she uses it even to prepare Luombo. So we hope in the near future, at production, for example, we shall have around 17,000 tons of LPG being produced every year. And we have a task because in the report they presented, in the policy they presented, I think we are looking at 5% usage in Uganda. So we need to push those numbers up, so long as, especially once we commence local production, it means even maybe the prices will fall. Then the other aspect of the green oil field project is basically our internal arrangements. That's basically transitioning from the use of diesel. We have been running diesel generators at site, at the camp. But recently, we are undertaking power extension to the camp so that we can at least start using hydropower. And this, we have already realized some of the benefits. Number one, we're going to save around USD 1.3 million in terms of operation costs, which is quite a high figure. We shall have minimal carbon dioxide production. We're looking at around 3,500 tons of what when we're using diesel. Then number three, we're looking at the decibels. That's according to noise regulations, to be from around 70 to around 50. So already that transition is going to really impact on our project positively. Then we have plans of having carbon sinks. Carbon sinks, these are basically, you can call them woodlots planted around to help absorb carbon dioxide. All this is in plan. We are looking at promoting the use of fuel-saving stoves, like our counterpart JV partner Total. They have that project already. But also, we are also going to table that work program to government, and so that we can implement that as well, which is part of the transitioning we're talking about. So, in a nutshell, we are already doing something to transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a little bit sufficient. Transfer the microphone, and then I tell you what next. I want first person announcement. Those who feel like they want to sleep, don't do it in the chairs. We are in a hotel. You can ask for a room on my account. Yes, instead of sleeping in the what? In the chairs. We need to all be a little bit awake. That's the end of the announcement. I will go to my colleague, Senior John Bosco Habamucha, a.k. Mr. Pipeline. There has been a lot of debate. You hear, at one time they were saying, Agasima, Tagasima. Do you remember that debate? Agasima, Tagasima. We are now reaching consensus that Ajak Korachi, Ajak Gasima. But now we want to see how Anagasima, how is it going to be? And you know the debate was about stop ECOP, let ECOP proceed. And Bosco has been at the center of this pulling of ropes. Bosco, one of the arguments that have been brought by those saying Tagasima has been that your pipeline is going to pollute and generate quite a lot of emissions. So my interest is, we want to know what is your observation on that, and what technologies are you using to ensure that the assertion does not come true? Over to you. In 10 minutes, I think you can answer that, because I know you as a distinction person throughout.
Thank you, moderator. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I used to think that the word democracy only refers to politics and political spaces until I joined the ECOP. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when you talk about ECOP, you're talking about an enabler infrastructure that should put this oil on the international market so that we can make money and bring the money and develop the people in an environmentally sustainable manner. So I can tell you with that summary that ECOP is a project of the people, being done by the people and for the sake of the people. And I'm going to give you some detail.
So it's a democratic project?
It is a very democratic project.
Because that was the definition of democracy, I think, some time back.
Yes, now it is back again. So we have worked, many of you have worked on this project to ensure that, first of all, if we are routing this project, it is in such a manner that the environment is protected. I am sure that people of NEMA, if you are here, you can attest to that. That the environment and social impact assessments ensured that the ECOP is a project that complies with the not only local, but also international requirements. I can tell you this project has been evaluated by the media, by yourselves, by international financiers. The level of scrutiny that ECOP has gone through, there is no project in this country that has received this level of scrutiny. And it continues to win because it is a democratic project. Now, we have brought in experts to ensure that we achieve a standard of zero harm. Zero harm is now a standard policy that we are implementing to protect people and the environment and the social engagements and the communities as we work. So we have engagements at individual, at community levels to ensure that we are doing the right thing. We have implemented the 3 HSE culture. Everybody has to answer to this question of, are you doing the right HS3SE thing? So nobody just does things. You have to tick that box first. The design of this pipeline has ensured that we bring technology from the various corners of the world. We have experts from UK, from France, from India, from name it. We have experts from everywhere. We have engineering companies working with us to ensure that if you say the word leakage, we want a reliability factor that says there is virtually no possibility of this system to leak. But if it ever happened, then we build in additional requirements. We have divided this pipeline into various sections using block valves. If it ever happened in any section, we are able to isolate that section when we are in Tilenga or even in Tanga. We can isolate any section with any issue in real time. We are not going to fly in people to do that. We can do it at the touch of a button. Those who understand SCADA technology, we have deployed it. We have a whole SCADA system that we cannot utilize by ourselves. So as a project, we are working with the government of Uganda and the government of Tanzania to use any excess capacity on that system. So that's one assurance. On the issues of the carbon footprint, we all know that ECOP is a transport system. The only element we have had to address is which kind of power are we going to use to pump oil. Now, you have been told in the morning, we have excess hydropower right now. Tanzania is also finalizing a major hydropower dam. So ECOP is going to be using green power only. And to add in redundancy, those who understand the engineering term, to ensure that we shall always have power, we are adding solar systems where necessary. If we don't see it necessary, we will not do it. But where necessary, we are adding solarization to the project. So ECOP power supply is 100% green. We are working in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We have deployed the UN principles on business and human rights. As we speak, ECOP has 2 human rights groups, one in Uganda and one in Tanzania, to ensure that we are complying. So when you come to auditors, we give you these people, they walk you through, and they take you to the field to demonstrate compliance. We have deployed a human rights impact assessment, we have developed implementation plans, and they are all deployed. So development has to talk about people, has to talk about the environment. Now, on the environment, we have activities we have launched recently. We are working on biodiversity offsets, which basically means, as a project, how are we contributing to environmental sustainability? Not that we are taking out a biodiversity system. How are we contributing? So we have signed commitments with the Ministry of Water and Environment to deploy biodiversity offset activities so that by the time we are done, the biodiversity systems of Uganda are better than we found them. We have also committed 1.2 billion shillings to tree planting to contribute to the reforestation of Uganda's systems. Recently, we invited an entity to audit us on how we are performing in terms of the land acquisition process, RAP implementation, how are we doing, so that we have the numbers and we should be able to update you in the next engagement. I will not go back to houses, you have all seen them. We have built houses that we never found. As a Mufumbira, I know what it means to live in a grass-thatched house. I also know what it means to live in a nice house. Where we have passed, we have left a footprint. I'm sure anyone who flies the ECOP route will be asking, what are those houses? Why are they in the wild? They are there because ECOP passed there. And also on water, we have a project going on. We had a few streams we are crossing. So we have deployed a project to ensure that where we are passing, water supply is addressed for the communities so that we can coexist effectively with the communities. We replace those that we affect, but we have also deployed about 6 boreholes as a CSR project. So effectively, ECOP and on people, you need to go to our workspaces and see the people working on ECOP.
We will hear what those who are from there.
You will hear.
Will say.
Like 1% will be Mzungu. All the others are Africans. So in summary, ECOP is a democratic project of the people, by the people, and for the people. I thank you.
Yeah, you know, when you are the managing director of a project, we don't say it's marketing. We will now wait to hear from the people whether actually the project is for them. That time is there. So you will also have to prepare to prove that actually it is for them. I know they are going to ask questions. Colleagues, meanwhile, you need to be noting down questions to prove that actually the project has been for you and will be for you when he's still here. I'm not inciting violence, but we have to match the two. I'll now go to my colleague from the National Youth Council. One of the major issues that have been dominating the debate for energy transition, just energy transition, because there is a very big difference. You can have energy transition, but we ran from Akandwa now in the morning, that whereas we have the energy transition plan, the war now is about how to make it just. And by that justice, it means leaving no one behind. Making sure we do not create the losers on one end and the winners on the other side. And therefore, increasing the vulnerabilities of those who are already disadvantaged. So we need to strike a balance and benefits for everyone as we walk the journey for the just energy transition. One of the major players, therefore, is the youth. And that's why he's here. We want to hear his perspectives. Are the youth involved in this debate? And if not, what do you think should be done? We need to have proposals for the colleagues on what needs to be done to increase the participation of the youth in this debate so that they do not become losers. And I think that question, given that it's wide, it can take a maximum of 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. I was waiting for that question. It seems like mine was longer than most.
The question, by the way, always pay attention, the part of the question in the statement, that part that has a question mark is the question.
All right, I thank you for the pun, but let's answer the entirety of the issue. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank Petroleum Authority, UNOC, and all the partners, Total, who have invited young people onto the platform. And I think this is a step in the right direction. Why this is a step in the right direction is because we, as a country, are just nascent in the idea of the oil sector. And we need to take it from the generation that will go forward with it, and as opposed to just the generation that is managing it currently. Why I'm saying that is because if you're talking about your oil sector running a minimum of 30 years actively, you're talking about the next generation of engineers, of petroleum managers, of all kinds of people looking at those revenues over a 30-year period. 30 years is pretty much my age. So I'm just imagining my entire life, and I do not know about this thing. That's not supposed to be the case. We are supposed to nurture our young people so the country is in concert in the oil sector. The most important thing for me is that we already have participation of young people. But that participation has always been on the easy part, because everyone can tell you how global warming starts and what causes global warming. So it's easy to mobilize everyone to oppose anything that contributes in that direction. What I think just transition discussions do is that they now present us with the questions of the alternative. And the young people who have been engaging in this climate conversation, at least until last year, have been young people that have been majorly dealing with, let us not do what contributes to what is wrong. And the concept of just transition has not been in the conversation. The concept has been on how much emissions are you now increasing Uganda by because you're beginning to exploit these resources. And I think that moving away from that to say, why must we do it in our real estate, in our real situation as Uganda, is where the just transition conversation starts from. So there are 2 points I want to first make. Just transition cannot be cheap, and it cannot be very fast. Let me give you an example. Last week, at the conclusion of the subsidiary bodies negotiations in Bonn, Germany, there was a discussion around Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and they couldn't agree on, those negotiations could not agree adoption of a particular phrase of text. Global North countries and all oil-producing countries refused the adoption, even in text. They've already rejected practice, but even in text, of the phrase emissions avoidance. Why? Because they do not see it as something they can adopt, however willing they are for this just transition, because it doesn't sit well with their current situation as a country and how much they are getting by having emissions. So in the negotiations for oil contracts and how you phrase your language, they said that texture, emissions avoidance, should not be there. They prefer words like net zero, prefer words that allow you to be able to progress with your resources while talking aloud about what must be done to curb emissions. Now, when a young person from Uganda goes to the conference of the parties and the only rooms they are sitting out on, or the only areas they are accessing, are areas of protesting ECOP, then they are not able to learn that actually the people who are funding COP are saying, do not use such language because we are not yet ready for that motion at that fast pace. Therefore, the first place that we need to have young people participate more is in the policy context of the oil sector, oil and gas sector. It is there that you understand the nuances that inform why countries move at whatever pace they move at in the conversation of just transition. Saudi Arabia, that has 40% of its GDP in the oil sector, and that is the reason they are in the global north, cannot agree that you must shut down immediately without thinking about their people. To say, what will happen to the people of Saudi Arabia? Where will they get opportunity? That's a country that's already in the global north. Here, you have a Uganda that is in the bottom of the global south. We're not the last, but we are down there.
Bottom
of the global south.
The global south.
Yes.
Those are two bottoms.
Yeah, so that's where we are. In that context, you do not have competitive university education on a global scale. You do not have competitive education. Right now we are talking about free basic education. In other words, if you go to a USE school, you should not be talking about access to internet, because we can't afford that as a country. We are committed to it, but we can't immediately afford it. In that context, that country needs to utilize all its resource envelope to create the investment boom that can drive those other economic driving sectors up before you can say that those young people will have opportunity outside an emissions sector like the oil and gas sector. That is what the just transition is. And if young people do not understand that, then you end up with young people who are serving the funding requirements of the global north, who are at the same time rejecting them for themselves. They are saying we don't want a phrase like emissions avoidance, but you go and shout on the streets of Kampala so that ECOP doesn't happen. If ECOP delays by 5 years, that is 12% of our GDP delayed by another 5 years in terms of what we could earn from the oil revenue. What that means in terms of Uganda's infrastructure, education, skills development, technological advancements is immense.
What it means in terms of the jobs these very young people are saying we don't have is immense. So I think that the first place, put young people in the negotiating rooms to learn. And that's the first thing the National Youth Council did when we took up climate programming. We were able to insist that Uganda must have young negotiators, and we put them there to be understudies. Today, I think we have about 2 young people who have never gone to any oil and gas school, but they can negotiate with the professors because of that endeavor. The second thing that I think is very important to recognize is that just transition itself is not cheap. If you talk about the amount of money that you need, okay, let me do something that's really cool. The Tesla vehicle is a really cool vehicle. It's owned by Elon Musk. Young people will probably relate nicely. But the reality is, the lithium-ion battery that the Tesla vehicle uses costs, in some instances, more than the majority of the cars you see in the Ugandan road. The Spacio, the Primo, those starter cars young people have. Just setting up your own Tesla, before we talk about setting up the charging infrastructure around Uganda, does not have private investment capacity on this continent, except if Dangote and maybe LML will say we want to do it. But I don't think Sudil has the money that can set up the infrastructure here in Uganda, first of all. So the reality is that the money that you need to do those things cannot be gotten by getting a loan. It must be money that you generate internally if you do not want your debt to GDP ratio to be unattainable. And that's why even in the global north, where we would assume that money exists, the majority are still not transitioning because the cost of transition per capita, per individual, is still very high vis-a-vis the cost of maintaining the net zero conversation. What is net zero? Plant enough trees to absorb enough emissions that you actually produce, and you'll be fine. Uganda is actually below net zero. We are not in a situation of we emit more than we consume. But the reality is that that is where young people need to understand the conversation. I would like to end with this. I think development must be maintained to be about people. I am a young politician. I wouldn't want a situation where I care more about which principles internationally Uganda is adhering to that keep Ugandans poor. I'd like to quote the president. He said, look, Africa finds itself in a predicament. Even if we were to develop all the sites on all the rivers in Africa with renewable energy, hydroelectric power, we would still not have enough electricity to power the country of the United States of America. What that means is that you need to think about alternatives that can work for yourself. And those alternatives cannot be driven if you're trying to behave like United States of America, like the countries that have so much than the population can provide. If you forget anything I've said about the just transition, you must remember this as young people. Number one, the next conference of the parties this year will be held in Azerbaijan. The Azerbaijan economy is only able to host because of the oil boom of 1970 through 1995, before the volatility of prices came alive. That is how Baku was built. If you look at how UAE was built right now, everything UAE was because of oil. But that first happened before they were able to host conversations that can stop oil production and so on. But even when you look in the foreseeable future, 20, 30 years, every expert is predicting that you're not going to have the global north agree to anything to do with immediate cessation of oil production, because their very economies would become global south economies. So the global south, therefore, should have it as a birthright to say exploit, reach them, and then we apply the first in, first out principle. If you produced your oil in 1960, Uganda should not quit oil first when we are starting in 2010. Let the one who started in 1960 first stop. Then we can come in. That's what is just. That's what is fair. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. You know, thank you. Well done. It is very hard to moderate a politician. And I like, I've actually learned one method of presentation, which I will adopt, where you say, lastly, I will end with this. Then you say, number one, number two, and then you realize there are 5 points. That is a very industrious method of presentation. I will also do it one time and cheat a few minutes from my next speaker. That time, not now. Let's listen from our colleague, of course, from the National Oil Company, the one of Uganda, not any other one. And you know, these gentlemen always have a soft landing because we say that is our company anyway. It is our what? So by the way, you are representing all of us because we are stakeholders in that what? In that company. So we are interested in hearing. It is a democratic
company, yes.
We will hear how democratic it is. We are interested in the technologies. We know you are a newcomer. We will not compare you with Total and the rest that have been here steering the show. But we know that you are heading the same direction. And therefore, we cannot exempt you because you are our own. Being a just energy transition, we are interested in learning how you're also planning to transition.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. And indeed, Uganda National Oil Company is the national company of Uganda with the responsibility of managing all the government's commercial interests in the subsector. And maybe let me start there for those in the room who might not be aware. We have, or at least we are managing commercial interests across the entire petroleum value chain. From the upstream oil production, which I will touch on shortly, and then to the midstream infrastructure, where we are a shareholder in ECOP, and we are one of the lead developers of the Uganda refinery, a very important asset in this energy transition strategy of Uganda. We also have an operational terminal called Ginger Storage Terminal, 30 million liters. We are developing another one called Kampala Storage Terminal. And also, we are traders of refined petroleum products. We are about to scale up in terms of the importation of finished products for the Republic of Uganda. And maybe I'll just cure one, at that point, let me cure one misunderstanding. Uganda is not new to the petroleum business. Of course, we have been importing and using petroleum products since before independence. I think that's fairly obvious. What we are new at is in the production, the development and production of crude oil for our own use through the Uganda refinery and for export. That is the part of the petroleum value chain where we are getting to the point of first oil. But in terms of experience and familiarity with the refined petroleum products, of course, I'm stating the obvious. All of us here in this room have interacted, have purchased, and some of you here are wearing petroleum products. You might not be aware. So I just wanted to start there. Coming to the topic at hand today, let me also say two additional things which give me a lot of encouragement that I think we are heading in the right direction. Even the title of this forum is good, Building Consensus Around the Energy Transition of Uganda. I wish we could change that to Building Consensus around the economic development of Uganda. Because, ladies and gentlemen, and you can research this, there is no economy in the history of economic development that has developed without cheap, reliable sources of energy. No energy, no development. It is actually as simple as that.
No oil,
No energy, no development. No energy, no development. Oil is a very fundamental part of energy, but no energy, no development. It's as simple as that.
In the morning we had no oil, no.
Yes, 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 moderator. No oil, no development. No oil, no petroleum, no revenues, no development. That was from the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Energy. She too was trying to make a point that what we are doing here and what we are developing is for all of us as Ugandans. So I'm very encouraged to sit here with the civil society organizations of Uganda to have a discussion, an open discussion back and forth, that we can build consensus about this economic development of Uganda, of which we are all members and have a vested interest. I am also encouraged by some of the comments from my panelists, including the youth here. Although we know the median age of Ugandans is 15.7 years, I don't know whether you still classify as a youth, but...
those powers are with the moderator. Those powers of
with the moderator, okay.
are with me, exclusively with me.
Let me not violate the powers of the moderator. But jokes aside, it's very encouraging for all of us to sit here and discuss building consensus in the energy transition and talk about it as part of our economic development. This is important because it means that we develop our own narrative about the energy transition rather than adopt narratives from other countries that have enjoyed some of the resources that we are trying to develop for ourselves. Moderator, I now want to turn to your question, which was around what is UNOC doing in this space of energy transition. First, I want to point out as a point of clarification that everything that the joint venture partners said in the morning and this afternoon, I want to assure you that as a joint venture partner, we endorse and approve many of these development plans. So when Total Energies or when CNOC or when ECOP talk about what they are doing, we are at the table as the business partner developing these plans and implementing these plans. And within those plans, I'm only going to talk about 4 things. I'm going to talk about 3 of them will be with respect to the projects that have been discussed. I will simply be underlining what has been mentioned. And then the 4th point is going to be around what UNOC is doing specifically ourselves.
You have adopted
Yeah, I've also learned. Yes, yes.
the politicians.
I will try and be brief, but I think it's important to underline some of these things. I think first and foremost, let me start with what I believe to be the, at least one of the most important things, which is revenues. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I will repeat what the permanent secretary said. No petroleum, no revenues, no development. If we are going to discuss some of the ways that we are going to transition, developing hydropower, geothermal, solar energy, transitioning our people from biomass to cheaper, cleaner fuel, there is nobody waiting somewhere with money to give us without conditions. There is nobody who is willing to give us money on our terms. And so to be able to develop our own resources and use our resources to develop ourselves is extremely important. This is where UNOC becomes important because we ensure that these resources are developed in a sustainable manner and that value is maximized. And when that money or those revenues are inputted in the petroleum fund, then when we have this discussion again at that point, we can now have a debate about what is the best way to develop our country. What is the best way to develop our energy needs? And even how can we support our region such that Uganda is not only developing itself, but supporting our neighbors as well. That's very important. The second thing I will discuss is LPG. LPG is extremely important because it is an easy win for Ugandans. It's also easy to understand because I am sure all of us in this room at some point have used charcoal or biomass, either ourselves or our parents or our relatives. And so we understand what it means when someone is breathing the particulates from charcoal, when our mothers and our children are suffering high mortality rates because of diseases, when our trees are disappearing because of deforestation. And so LPG, moderator and ladies and gentlemen, should be treated as an urgent matter. It's an urgent matter. And the oil resources are going to come with gas. This gas can be converted to LPG to reduce our deforestation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an urgent matter, which, if we don't address, can come back to be a disaster for our future generations. And so if climate activists, let me rephrase, misguided climate activists prevent us from developing our resources, not only do we not achieve the revenues for our transition, but also the LPG that could cure our problems today will not arrive. That is extremely important. The third one I'll touch on briefly is around skills transfer. The energy industry uses all kinds of skills. If you read the Upstream Act, one of our responsibilities as UNOC is to develop expertise in the oil and gas sector. This expertise is easily transferable to other energy sectors, be it in the engineering, mechanical, civil, chemical, industrial engineering, electrical engineering, all kinds of disciplines. All those are used in the oil sector and they're transferable. Be it project execution, project planning, accounting, even some of the subsurface disciplines like geology. Geology is important as part of geothermal exploration. And all these skills are transferable to the oil and gas sector, from the oil and gas sector to the rest of the energy industry. Moderator, last but not least is what we are doing as UNOC. Indeed, you are right that in terms of our journey as UNOC, we were registered as a company in 2015, and we're only 9 years old. In the oil and gas industry, that is still a young and growing company. Some of our partners are 100 years old. They recently celebrated 100 years of existence. And also, when we project what UNOC can be for Uganda, we see some of our partners like Total, or rather, let me talk about national oil companies, ADNOC in Abu Dhabi, or Saudi Aramco in Saudi Arabia. This is the position that UNOC can be if we develop our resources in a commercial and sustainable manner. But even now, with our 9 years of age, there are some initiatives we are doing, such as we are partnering through what is called the Alliance for Climate Resilience. And through this Alliance for Climate Resilience, we are coming up with sustainable solutions to these climate change issues we are facing today. And some of the things we are doing is initiatives such as planting trees. We have an initiative to plant 40 million trees to counter the greenhouse gas emissions that we expect will be part of our refinery. We're also planting trees, 2,500 trees in UKIP, UPIC, Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba, and at KIP, 4,000 trees at KIP, which is the Kabalega Industrial Park. We also have developed policies which are going to be important for the future. We have as a non-negotiable policy of ESIAs for all our projects, environmental and social impact assessments for all our projects. We have also developed policies which are going to be important, ESG policies, which with time I can go through if there's any questions from the audience. But moderator, I want to summarize by saying, once again underlining, no energy, no development, no petroleum, no resources, no development. And in this discussion around an energy transition, it is extremely important that we come up with solutions for our situation on the ground. If we compare ourselves with developed countries like Germany, France, UK, who have been consuming and still consume crude oil barrels in the millions per day, we will not be doing ourselves any justice, and we will not be having a just transition. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. We have to have some time for these members to try to explain. Actually, there are some who have to account for their words. And they have to account to the people since it is the project of the people. We have agreed that it is democracy. So, if you want to ask a question, please stand up. Sit. Those who do not want to ask questions, stand up. I repeat, if you never stood when the other first gentleman stood, stand up. You must be between those two options. If you never stood saying, because I want to see, the only people that should be seated are those that stood up first. I'm seeing everyone is still, so it means everyone who is sitting down wants to ask a question. Is it what it means? Is it what it means? Now, do you see how democracy is hard? Can we all sit now? Because it seems you have failed to agree. There are those who failed to stand up because they were not aware where we have reached. Others don't know whether they are supposed to ask questions or not. Members, we are still in the session to remind you, in case you got off along the way. In case you got off along the way, we are still in a meeting, in a session, and these are the panelists. So we will have only 5 questions, and we want to speed up. We have already gone more than the time allocated. Who is moving the microphone? Yes. Did you see the people who want to ask the questions? Start from there. Please, a question must have a question mark. Please, a question must have what? Don't ask a question and state the person you're asking.
Thank you very much.
And one question, because we said 5 questions.
My name is James Opito. I serve as the National Coordinator for Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas. I have a question for Dr. Isoba. You've talked about civic space, and we see that there are a number of compliance regulations that you stated that it actually requires an organization to have a staff for compliance to be able to go afloat with those regulations. And we know that you've been running the Be Legit campaign. Where do you see the future of civil society, looking at the fact that there is also a proposal which has already been debated in Parliament for the merger of institutions, and where also the Bureau will be merged at the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Where do you see the future of civil society and NGOs in terms of issues around compliance? I have a question for ECOP. For ECOP.
Of course, you know, you will continue.
ECOP has been treated as a non-profit project because it is supporting bigger projects. Where do you see the role of the pipeline in the event that we have already exploited the oil after 25 years? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Him. I'm coming to you. I noted those that stood actually. And even if it needed a review of the camera footage.
Thank you so much, moderator, for the well-constituted but imbalanced panel. Thank you so much on that. My name is Edwin Mhumza. I work for the Youth Go Green. We are into environment and climate-related engagements. 2 questions, Mr. Moderator. One goes to Mr. John for ECOP, from the ECOP. You heard about what your colleague talked about, especially around the economic development. But my question is, as somebody, as a corporation or an entity that is handling that pipeline project, what do you think Uganda should do in terms of balancing its economic development through the oil and gas, but also in line with the Paris Agreement? Uganda is very, very critical in the processes of the negotiations. And it has a commitment and has already ratified the Paris Agreement. But how do we balance the economic development vis-a-vis our oil and gas exploration and production? Last question. Ayeru, my comrade, what do you think would be the right skills program that would enable young people to benefit from the oil and gas industry? Thank you.
I like the second question. I was going to answer one. Give a Fiego. A question must have and one.
Thank you, moderator. Please allow me to ask 2 questions.
You see, that is where we have a problem. That is not just. You see, we are discussing justice. So if we say one, let it be one.
Okay, my question goes to Dr. Kagabo. I think that's the name. From
Bagabo.
Bagabo, yes. Recently, the EU unveiled the EU Critical Raw Materials Act. And one of the issues it was looking at to stop outsourcing these raw materials from the low developing countries by 2030. So what do you see Uganda's future in ensuring that these raw materials, where you say we can make batteries and so forth, can lead to a just energy transition? Secondly, this goes to the ECOP, and
we agreed.
I requested
one
2 questions.
Question.
Okay, thank you.
He's here.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Nahamia Brian once again, working with Hoima Caritas Development Organization. I stand here to represent the people of Hoima, and they have informed me that government was given a land for the refinery in 2013, and the pipeline from Kingfisher, the pipes have already reached the land. And the land, now there is a conflict between the animal farmers, pastoralists, and those who are doing crop. They are asking me that the earlier explanation about the ESHIA, the FD, it's not clear. They are asking us, you have gone to Kampala, we have to take feedback and tell them where is the refinery, where it has reached. Only that.
I like that. So so what is your question? Because that is for the other people.
We need a message to take to the people on where we have reached with the refinery.
You transfer.
Thank
we have
you.
known you came to ask for the other ones. Eh? So as for you were okay.
Thank you.
But it will be answered.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Nemeimana. I'm a nurse and public health professional, but a sustainability entrepreneur at Mikra, an organization that focuses on innovation. It's an innovation hub. In the few places I've gone to, I see most programs like ECOP invest so much in innovations and technology. I'm aware of a training institution about petroleum that you started, but I'm asking, have you considered starting up an innovation hub and invest in it to facilitate innovation and entrepreneurship in relation to oil and gas? Yeah, that's my question. And it goes to what the other gentleman talked about, skilling youth. An innovation hub is very much important in my view. Thank you.
Good. The last question is, are you part of us? Okay.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Musana Nice, and I work for Siatini, an organization that works to promote pro-development trade and fiscal policies. My question goes to ECOP. following the back and forth with the CSOs, pressure from the north, pressure from the south, pressure from everywhere, what have you done? What interventions are in place to ensure that the relationship or the bridge between CSOs and the eco process is harmonized?
Good.
Thank you.
You see, members, let us agree. Remember how we started? Those who wanted to ask questions stood up. Give him. That's the last one.
All right, thank you. My name is Douglas Draconen. I work with the Center for Constitutional Governance as the Human Rights Officer. My question goes to Paul Babagaba from Natural Resources Governance Institute. In his submission, he raised something that is very critical. He referred to the critical minerals. And I just want to relate the question to artisanal miners. And our country, I'm going to particularly focus on the gold sector. The gold sector employs approximately 31,000 young people who are engaged in artisanal and small-scale mining. So, directly to the question, how best can we, first of all, equip the young people who are engaged in artisanal mining to a better and a just transition? Because you realize that it's very hard for them to equitably have a just transition when it comes to artisanal and small-scale mining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will start immediately answering those questions. Because we never had a red on the panel, let's listen to that voice. Win has a question. Win don't make a presentation. Proceed.
Thank you, Paul. I just wanted to ask Unok. We know that world over, renewable energy has less than a third of women employed in the sector. But also we know that in terms of registering innovations, the patent and copyright, we find that they are at around 11% in the energy sector. So what are you doing to make sure that what you're doing today, but also as we do energy transition, that the gender inequalities are put in mind, and what indicators have you set so that we know we are moving towards achieving access to energy in line with the Sustainable Development Goal? Thank you very much.
Give me that microphone. Because that is the only way out. Now, do you know what you're going to do? Give it to that gentleman, but let him come here. Let him come here. That gentleman. Let him come here. Because he's been hiding that side. And that's why I wasn't seeing him. He's called Sam.
Okay, thank you, Paul. My name is Sam Chungus. My question is on the technologies that are available for Uganda, since we've been existing with hydropower, which is actually at 20% in accessibility. So we have 20% who are on grid, we have 10 on solar, and then we have like health centers at 50%, we have schools at 20. So it means it's a snail pace that we've been existing with, and now we want to transit to another level. So what is the promising renewable energy technology for Uganda, considering our resource availability and cost effectiveness? This question has no person in particular.
You bring. So it is a stray question. That is a stray question.
Thank you for the questions. But listening through the different speakers speak, the panelists, you need neither PhD nor the Holy Spirit to know that we have a general consensus that we all need development. I think that is a settled question. I think there are only two things that I think are important. One is that for civil society to be part of this development trajectory, it's important that civil society is not demonized. And then, because it plays quite a pivotal role in this development journey. But also the second thing is that's going to be very, very important that civil society gets the right information at the right time. I think we need to be truly wedded to the law. We have an access to information. We also know that there is information that might be private. And so what that needs to be done, that should be then be redacted. And what is not private then be given. And once the civil society organizations have all the information they need, it's going to be pretty easy to escort the citizens of this country on this development journey. But the question that was, and so just that we know that once that is done, whether it's Petroleum Authority, UNOC, EACOP, SINOC, and all the UNOCs on this world, that is settled. It will be done. I don't think we even need any conference where we say, oh, we are now talking, what is it that we need to do? I think we all have that general understanding. But let me just address myself to the question that was given. What do we need to do? I mean, there are multiple areas of reporting, multiple areas of compliance requirements, whether from the Finance Intelligence Authority, responding to the anti-money laundering laws and countering financing terrorism, whether it's at the NGO Bureau, it is the Protection Data Office, it's URSB. The only way we can actually make life easier for civil society organizations and improve or broaden civic space is two things. One, let it be automated. And then we have a one-stop center. What we do now have is that whether you are from Kisoro, you have got to walk to Kampala. Whether you're from Abim, you have got to walk from Kampala. And if you're going to take a bus just to go and see the people in URSB, you don't find them today, it's going to be really problematic. So I think we need to move towards automation so that then we have a one-stop center. And once that is done, all civil society organizations are going to have their procedural legitimacy, which is adherence to administrative and legislative requirements of state. For avoidance of doubt, no civil society does not want to be compliant. All civil society want to be compliant to the law, to the regulations. All what the government can do is to make it a little easier, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul, I think you have one question.
Two.
There are two.
Kind of.
Okay, kind of. Those, please, I think 2 minutes.
Okay.
1 minute per question.
In terms of maximizing return on minerals, I'll say minerals, but maybe transition minerals. Everybody wishes to do that. And Uganda will wish to do that. But that is where it stops. You know, if you want to translate that to real benefit, it's more complicated. So EU has put up some regulations and they've promised us some money. But as you know, it's one thing to promise you money to help develop the sector, and it's another for that money actually to reach the way it has been promised. 80 or 90% of it might go back in technical assistance or something, so one form or another anyway. So I don't want to dwell on that. What we've done as a country is trying to do it ourselves. So in the law, we've developed this national mining company, and we've set up also equity share, and we've also set up a production share arrangement to capture that excess value. And you know, of course, we also have these elaborate fiscal regimes that where we want to capture the excess value for those who are producing. And this we copied a little bit from the oil sector. And I've been hearing a lot of criticism of the national oil company. I don't know whether it's true or not. So I don't want to know how much the national mining company, what it needs to do to come to the level of where the UNOC is now, because they're kind of comparable. We've borrowed these from the oil sector. So we need to support the national mining company to become a reality. It's going to be a tall order, but as we've agreed, this is consensus, and we are on your side. So we shall work with the Ministry of Energy to try and ensure that the national mining sector, national mining company, comes on board and it is as strong as UNOC is on the other side. But also we have equity shares, which also are a little bit problematic. We'll work on the legal framework to support, to make it robust. And then we have the production share. And it's still not very clear what they want to do. I hope we can organize a workshop like this for them to figure out what they want to do, then we can help them. As I said, CSOs now can help. We have the capacity. On the artisanal mining, I think the legal framework has supported regularization and formalization of artisanal miners, which is a good thing. But that is where it also stops. For them to become a formidable force, first they have to know that formalization comes with responsibility to pay tax. And they need to start doing exactly that. The other also is to make sure that they are mining responsibly. Issues around mercury and cyanide and employment of miners and also unethical behaviors in the mines. Those are some of the things they need to start thinking about if they're to transit. And then, of course, finally, mining is a very expensive affair. They're scratching the surface so they can use hoes and spades and everything. But if you want to be Rio Tinto, you need to really step up. And so the government, the country, needs to help these people to step up. One of the ways is this money that is coming from the oil sector through the Petroleum Revenue Investment Reserve and through taxation, but also general revenues from oil and gas can be used to support the mining sector because there is sure money that can come from there. But of course, it's one thing to wish, and it's another to actually be a formidable force in the mining sector. It's a bit like day and night.
Thank you. We have 4. You can give your parting shot. We are talking about justice.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. Maybe my parting shot is information is power. And through this interface we have had with CSOs, at least they appreciate that we are fighting for the same cause. We might be doing the other side of oil and gas, but the target is also to transit to clean energy in the future. We hope that maybe the rhetoric could kind of change since we are also driving to the same goal. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Bosco, it's not a must that you must answer all the questions. Because I remember they usually even say select 3. They can select 3 or 1.
Don't worry, moderator. Some are very short. The first one was what does ECOP mean to us after 25 years, since it is developed as, he called it a non-profit project, but that's not entirely true. It's a low-profit project. There is no one who will invest billions in a non-profit project. It's a low-profit project because ECOP is developed as an enabler infrastructure. The main project is the oil and gas developments in the upstream. So currently, the design life of ECOP, we say 25 years because that looks like it's the lifetime of the oil we see now. But there's much more oil than that. And a pipeline of the kind of design we are working on, if you operate it properly, the stringent standards, it can operate even for 50 years. But the oil we have is able to sustain this project, but also the upstreamers in the room will tell you that once this project is in place, there is additional potential that can and will be exploited. So as Ugandans, don't worry, this infrastructure will serve this country beyond what you see. It will serve East Africa because also the upstreamers tell us there is more potential in East Africa. What will happen is you find the oil and you build a short tie-in pipeline, much shorter. It becomes more economic. Oils that would not have been produced becomes viable because you have infrastructure. So when you hear people say, stop ECOP, for us in Uganda, we may not understand the meaning of those statements. Basically, they are saying, Toja Gasima. And it's up to you to decide whether you want to agree with them. And Tojagasima means if we bring it to the oil, to the transition, to the energy transition, the projects that the PS presented, one factor is common to all of them, and is financing. You cannot achieve energy transition without money. And for us to get money to transition, we need to produce the oil. My neighbor told you, the United Arab Emirates that you see today is an economy that can now thrive without oil, but it was built out of oil. When you say UAE now, you will see infrastructure, you will see human capital, you will see industrialization. All of that came from oil. So I've answered two questions in these statements. Oil and the economic development are tied together. And if Uganda wants to transition effectively, we need to build the ECOP because we have to produce the oil, get the money through the Petroleum Fund, then build infrastructure, do human capital development, and industrialize. And that's how we shall transition.
Actually, you accidentally answered all of them.
Just one more. Innovation issues, that's really already answered. There are industry enhancement centers already set up. ECOP will not build another one because it will be a duplication. The industry enhancement centers are already operational. Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba is already there. So we are already ahead of the curve on that. But just one more thing. Pressure. What has ECOP done? It's, like he says, it's almost answered. But there's one thing I wanted to highlight, and it concerns the topic of my colleague, the youth. This country, one of the other things I've learned in ECOP is the risk we face as a country if we don't develop our youth. If you look at all the demonstrations happening saying stop ECOP, you check the age groups. You'll find that they are our students at school, and there was actually another group of young women that were picked, I don't know from where, and taken to Total to demonstrate against ECOP because it is causing breast cancer.
Are they not still in prison?
No, they were released because we abide by human rights.
They said they don't, when they were asked to, what is ECOP, they said they don't know.
They had no idea. But what is happening is that we are not focusing on our youth on the issues of development ideology. So there are invisible hands that are coming to our youth and telling them contrary things and paying them some money. Now I'm speaking as a Ugandan. And these kids are going to demonstrate on the streets of Kampala. The other day they were at the Chinese embassy. Recently they were at the parliament. And one of their placards was saying that oil and apes cannot mix.
Apes?
Apes. I am not sure whether they understood the meaning of that placard. I really don't know. But the issue is that what our children are suffering from is lack of the ideology of development. How shall we achieve development if we don't exploit and utilize our resources? Then, of course, they find these fertile minds that are free to receive information that are lacking some money. And therefore, the issue of poverty comes in. And these kids are willing to do anything. If there is anything for our youth to demonstrate against, it's poverty. And if they can say, let us eradicate poverty, I would also hold that placard. But the only way is, let's find money, we industrialize, we develop human capital, and then we shall be a better country. And so our youth is one of the risks that we are facing. Thank you.
So it's not that you are representing the youth. Eh? Of course, you have a parting shot. Yours were not even questions.
I have
you had no question.
I have a specific question.
Are you sure?
Yes, but I want to talk about something that tickled me about
Now that is
ECOP.
where the problem, that tickling
No.
kind of tickling.
You're eating into
is
my
where
time.
the problem is.
Okay. Well, last year at COP, we organized what some people thought was a radical discussion on whether ECOP will work for Uganda. And we invited the people that fund the demonstrators on the panel. And we also invited, I remember, my brother Sekatawa on the panel. And it was the first time there was an interaction between those two groups. He said he has always been looking for them. They also said they did not know that they can be given listening ears by people in our policy environment. And you would hear absurd things. Someone was saying people are getting cancer because of ECOP, but we had not yet built the pipeline. So we were saying, where did you get your data? So eventually, you realize that there was just simply a gap. When the narrative is driven and there's no alternative arrangement to provide a platform, there's a gap. But the question to me was about skilling. How do we achieve the skilling necessity? I think that world over, the race, the approach to skilling for the oil and gas sector has been a race question. You do not have any necessity for specific skills until you actually start out on the sector. I'll give you an example. I studied mechanical engineering at Makerere University. The welding that we did was for 1 week, and it was done as something in the holiday of first year, and we did arc welding. When they brought up this conversation of ECOP, it was thought that they need highly qualified welders. So the high qualification we thought was a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, but actually it was a bachelor's degree in welding engineering, which is studied for at least 3 years. For us, we had done 1 week. So we said, what is this? That's when we realized that there are more specialized ways to approach this. So the skills necessary in some of the areas of oil or of the sector, for example, in the upstream, you need highly specialized skills that cannot be just wished into. There must be deliberate investment. But as you go into deliberate investment, you must first of all make sure you don't lose time on production. So what we deal with first is the expatriates, and then these young people that have these basic skills going on-job learning. What some countries have done is to have dedicated national institutions for the oil and gas sector that then say what are the opportunities in every level of production, in the market value chain, and what skills are necessary there, even in terms of global interaction. So much so that it is also part of some countries' oil and gas sector to develop negotiators who go for these climate conferences and argue out in a way that does not bring detriment to the country's oil and gas. That's also a skill that we could extend to. So I think government needs to invest in the right quality of brains to get the right quality of skills.
Thank you.
And I say that deliberately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think my questions were two. The first question I wrote down here was around the female content or the female employment. And I wrote down here, I think the question was that a third, 33% of the staff or the people employed in oil and gas are females. And actually I checked, I think it's worse than that. I think it is 15% worldwide. If you put all the skilled, semi-skilled, and skilled workers, it's 15%. It's even worse for technical or professional roles at 8%. So I'm telling you, it's even worse than you thought. Now coming to UNOC. So our benchmark, or what we measure against, either the 15 or the 8, in UNOC, 39% of our workforce are female. I thought I'd get a hand clap from the females there, sincerely. And we do better than that, actually, when we look at executive management. So if you think 15 is bad, and you think 8% is bad for skilled and professional, once you get into executive management, it's even worse. Yet the case for UNOC, I think, is outstanding. We are at 30% of our executive management.
So
Yes,
that is outstanding.
Yes, absolutely. In terms of diversity, inclusivity, and all those metrics of ESG, 30% of executive management being of a female workforce. starting with the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Operating Officer, is outstanding. I think we're in a class by ourselves, and we are proud of that, by the way, I must say. So what it shows, and just to say, these our workforce, I must say, moderator, our workforce are not employed because they are women. No. Our workforce are employed because we employ the best person for the job. And the metrics simply become what they are. So what we do is we aim for excellence, we aim for meritocratic employment, and what we are seeing is we're actually enjoying some of these metrics that I tell you. That was one. The second one was around the refinery. The question was, when is the refinery? I can tell you, let me start again and say, in this discussion of the energy transition, the pipeline is extremely important, but the refinery is just as important. It's important from a sustainability perspective, being able to produce our own energy. It is important to continue this LPG discussion that we have started today. It is important to take all those trucks off the road who are importing fuel. It's important. It's important for our GDP. It's important for our employment. It is important. And so I want us to all agree that it is non-negotiable. Our refinery must be delivered. Now, with that in mind, what we are doing as UNOC is that we are endeavoring to take a final investment decision. I think that term is now in all our consciousness. We took an FID in February 2022. And with respect to the refinery, we have been doing some technical work for about 2.5, 3 years with one joint venture partner. We have since transitioned to another joint venture partner. We are focused on taking a positive investment decision within, I hesitate to give you a time period rather than say we are focused, which will then be followed by a period of construction, about 3.5 years before commissioning. And so that is our focus, because we understand the strategic importance of the refinery, Uganda's refinery, for Uganda's economic development. Thank you, moderator. That was the end of my questions.
Thank you so much. I think we need to combine the appreciation and put our hands together to the whole team. I must say that when they were requesting me to moderate this session, I thought it would be easy, because I thought that some people would sleep and therefore ask less questions, and then overall take a few minutes. So, but this implies you have been very vigilant and you never slept. Thank you very much. Trevor Paul, let me go back to Accord.
Thank you so very much. Stay on the podium. Thank you. I would like to start by clarifying we are not always like this. This was just by accident. And I would like to invite the Executive Director of GRA to come and give the gifts to balance the agenda for now. But I would like to also invite Grace and team. Let's have a photo moment. Winnie, please. Please. We shall deal with other things because we always have quick fix and then the long term. But now for the gender balance, please join us. Also the invitations, we had sent them to the lead female executives. They delegated the males in some institutions. So that's the reason I had people saying they're uncomfortable the other side. They delegated the males, but we still have to work with what we have. So please, the photos. Yeah, let her be in the middle. It will also be okay. No. It's a powerful panel, and Paul, thank you for the energy. The moderator was supposed to be a lady. She excused herself. We had really tried, but here we are. We have managed to pull it off. Thank you so very much. So please, Winnie, you take this and yeah. As this happens, I would like to request our lead rapporteur to be ready. He's going to just give us a quick summary, chap, of key aspects that we shall be following through. to ensure that we have actionable drivers going forward. So Polycarp, in the meantime, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Youth.
Thank you very much, Didas, and thank you to all the panelists that have come before, and a good evening to everyone. My role is brief, just to present key highlights from the speeches and discussions that we've had today. From the first, which came from Didas, this was an introduction. The key issue there was that over time we've had a collaborative engagement with CSOs and the need to promote this kind of relationship to foster good participation and constructive engagement. From Mr. Bashir Twesje, the chair of Cisco, he appreciated the constructive engagements that have happened over time and recognized that we've come a long way as a sector because this was not a culture in the past. He also pointed out that the effective participation of CSOs is limited by, among other things, the lack of adequate facilitation, but also pointed to the fact that lack of adequate information, again, limits the participation of CSOs, and requested for that gap to be addressed. Specifically, he also requested the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for support in renewing the practicing licenses of individual members of CSOs. We had another speech from the General Manager, Total Energies, and in that he reiterated the commitment of the company to support the country's energy transition. He also summarized Total Energy's initiatives to promote a just and fair transition, including, among others, serializing the Tilenga project. We also had a speech from Dr. Joseph Kobusheshe representing the ED of PAU, and he too reiterated the mandate of the PAU to include, among others, the need to promote constructive engagement with CSOs, and mentioned that the authority is committed to ensuring that CSOs are engaged routinely and effectively. He also stated that Uganda's energy transition plan recognizes the role of the oil and gas industry. He did further emphasize that world over, investments in oil and gas are projected to increase in the short to medium term, therefore to say that the oil and gas sector is still here for a while. He advocated for the need to promote consensus and asked the members present in the room to agree that stop ECOP discussions or anything around stopping the development of fossil fuels are counterproductive for the country and should not be endorsed. The permanent secretary of the ministry, also representing the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, had a detailed presentation about energy transition. In her remarks, she said that energy transition is as old as mankind itself. She also emphasized that the energy transition is not a one-size-fits-all for all countries, but must be adapted to the contextual specificities of the different countries. She presented and encouraged and invited members to appreciate that the real problem that faces us as a country is not the discussions around the Stop Fossil Fuels campaign, but rather the rampant energy poverty that continues to decimate millions of our population. She emphasized that Uganda seeks a balanced, low-carbon energy mix. She specifically invited CSOs present in the room to support government's initiatives and plans to develop its oil and gas resources. She also reiterated government's commitment to support the energy transition. And lastly, from Mr. Jonan from the National Planning Authority, he also said that the transition is not just about the energy sector, but also concerns the other sectors of the economy like agriculture, education, health, among others. He also reminded members that plans for the development of the fourth National Development Plan are underway, and therefore invited those with discussions around energy transition that this is the period to be presenting them and to be actively involved in those discussions. And as a way of summary, these are the key issues that we've picked. One, that the energy transition must be fair, just, and equitable, and ensure that no one is left behind. The key takeaway is also on the need to reflect on the management of critical minerals to support the energy transition. We also take away from this event the need to address fears and risks around energy transition, especially through the provision of adequate and consistent information. The need to also to continue to improve the civic space and allow CSOs from at all levels to participate and contribute to all discussions aimed at promoting the development of the sector. Of importance also as a key takeaway is the need to ensure that young people are brought on board and to appreciate the valuable contribution that young people bring to this debate. And another takeaway is the need to define the sources of funding for a just and fair energy transition. And lastly, but not least, and I think this is a consistent theme, is that no energy, no revenues, and no development. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening. Lead us back to you.
Thank you, Polycarp, for the good summary with very many words. And that really shows how important this was. And I'm glad now coming to the close of this, we shall have a synthesis report that will be shared, and with those actions, we really need to do a lot of work to achieve a lot more together. If you want to move far, you move with others. If you want to reach near, you just go alone. I would like to share at this point in time, we've got closing remarks from the representative of the PS. Yeah, the PS is a lady. You saw her here, but it's represented by Dr. Kob Sheshe, who is standing in for the executive director of the PAU. So don't worry about the gender still, but Dr. Kob Sheshe, please come and give us some closing remarks, and then we'll progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator. I started in the morning as a representative of the ED, of the Petroleum Authority. Now I'm becoming a representative of the PS. I don't know who next I'm going to represent before I leave here. But it's coming to 5 p.m. And we have been here since I think about 9 in the morning. And it's very interesting to see that the numbers we still have in this room are not very different from the numbers we started with. And I've attended quite a few conferences, and I can assure you that that is not usually the case. So it just shows, I think, that we have had a very successful conference We have had very good engagements that have kept everybody interested and keen to receive the information and the discussions that we have been having. So let me start my closing remarks by thanking all of us, starting with the speakers, with the panelists, the discussants, those who asked questions, those who made comments, and the rest of us who listened. You have all contributed to this very successful conference that we have had, and I think we deserve to give ourselves a round of applause. Over the last 8 hours, we have been building consensus on the theme, which is around Uganda's energy transition plan. And somewhere in between, a vote was even conducted. And I think those in favor of Uganda continuing to develop its resources were unopposed, because I didn't see anyone voting to the contrary. So the rest, having aligned on that very important policy direction, I should say, the rest of the conversations then were, what kind of transition should Uganda have? And listening in, I had a number of terms that were mentioned, the common ones being that this needs to be a just transition, so it should be fair, it should not negatively impact our country. We also had mention of the transition that should be orderly. It should not be rushed. It should not leave anyone behind. It should be inclusive. We need to have an orderly transition so that we do not solve one problem, but even create bigger problems for those that may be impacted negatively along the way. I also had the important aspect of making sure that this transition is for Uganda and is to solve Uganda's problems. So it is customized for the country. I think at some point I had a term of an Afro-eccentric transition, and we can improve that and call it a Uganda-eccentric transition. So we need to sit, we need to have a discussion. What transition works for Uganda? A transition for Europe, a transition for America, a transition for United Arab Emirates cannot be a transition for Uganda. I think that was another important point that I had. So, as I think I close, I will not take long, is going forward between now and hopefully when we meet in a year's time for what then will be the third joint conference, we can continue the dialogue, we can continue the discussion around these issues. How just is just, how orderly is orderly, but we need to agree that living in this room, let's not have a talk of stop ECOP, what was the other term? Gasema. Something like that. So let's not have that, but let's have the important discussion that are progressive in taking this sector forward. So with those remarks then, it is now my honor to declare this second Annual Joint CSO Conference ended. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Komshes. I'm the only one privileged to talk after the closure. We have our final tea and a networking cocktail just in that space to enable us relax, shed off some hit, but thank you so very much. We are all welcome to that. And let's continue the discussion so that we can get mutually beneficial outcomes going forward. Thank you so much. And I remain Mumza Didas, working with the Petroleum Authority. Those who came late.
Total set up an NGO coordination department to help bridge the gap between the company and the NGOs so that there is improved communication, there is sharing of information, and working together towards addressing concerns that arise from the operations of the company.
Total Energies has organized several field visits, firstly with the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas, CSCO, providing an opportunity for the visiting CSCO members to observe site activations and engage with technical staff from TEPU and government authorities. The team also visited some of the resettlement houses and interacted with the project-affected persons.
Ati bantunga bakwata nyumba gyange omare gikwata wandaganisa kumbimbira nyumba kintani hirenge ngati ngonsara kubaninge tunga giri gyali nyumba gyasibi gyatati giri nyumba gyambaganiza gebati kandi gyabloka so na hawe mukusima kitongele ketu kya total hoyi hoyi awetu mbomezi wange gyakili kyambaganiza hoyi kukira gyankanyenge nkusima sima na nyode bagenyi mawale mwiza mawale kuza kuto kombongera wanka wana bagenyi da murongo ndegwange kwa kuanza.
The CSCO team also visited Avogera Health Center 3, where TEPU constructed a new outpatient department and equipped it, thus contributing to the improvement of the healthcare service delivery within the project host community in Wendo Sub-County, Bulisa District.
I'm Lauren Chirabo. I'm a senior clinical officer and in charge of Avogera Health Center 3. Initially, the other old structure was our outpatient department. It had no furniture, it had no patient waiting area, it had no lighting system, and the ventilation was so poor. At the time of handover stay, they provided a lot of equipment, including the furniture, drugs, and so on.
Another field visit was organized to host the non-government organizations that are not directly in the oil and gas sector.
We've had a very successful maiden visit for the NGOs that are not working within the oil and gas sector. This idea was actually hatched by Accord and the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas together with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda.
Essentially, this is a field visit of the NGO leaders in Uganda. We felt that was important that for other leaders who have not programmed in the activities oil and gas governance to also understand oil and gas and be able to go on the ground and see for themselves and hear for themselves and ask questions.
We've been able to take NGOs to EnviroServe, KIP. They have seen how we've been able to restore some of these areas that were exploited for the oil and gas sector.
I have been in the oil and gas sector since 2011 and I've seen it grow.
It is changing the region in terms of development.
I've found a lot of development, a lot of investment in Bulisa. Bulisa has been transformed.
I'm impressed that they established an NGO coordination unit that has bridged that gap that we had as NGOs with the other sector players in the oil and gas sector.
I see very strong stakeholders engagement. I see also collaborations with communities which are the beneficiaries of the project.
There are a lot of opportunities that I have seen, and I think the leaders should be able now to also position themselves, position their staff to benefit from this oil and gas. The leaders of NGO sector now know what is going on.
Several other roundtable engagements have been carried out in Hoima District and Kampala to facilitate transparent communication and foster enhanced understanding and collaboration between non-government organizations, Total Energies, and the